16 full, ayy. Cough a ball, hit the shot, big old rings on the way. Limousine, magazine, cover, moving state to state. In the gym, 24, wanna try, let's set a date. Cause I got a ball forever, call up the team, we gon' ball together, ayy. Run at the scope from summer to summer, yeah, we wantin' all the pressure.
Whoa, yeah, back at it again, whoa, I'm back in the gym, yeah, that feel like a switch, yeah, they know I don't miss, whoa, brought my team with me, yeah, they know we gon' eat, whoa, who that with that heat,
yeah,
that's that RMG,
I need checks, I need bands, blessings for my friends, that's a switch, I ain't playing, I need rings for my hands, I'm a king, whoa, it's my jeans though, what's in them feet, yo, wait, look, this my Jackie Chan's, y'all ain't got my reach, I ball like Kyrie already, know y'all mad at me, okay, homie say la vida, word been mad like, y'all best act right, said you think I'm that guy, got you mad tight, oh nah, hold the crown like Bron, it just is what it is, got this ish on lock, y'all gon' watch me do my dance in this land, la, I ain't married to the game, but to these boys I'm pow.
Whoa, yeah, back at it again, whoa, I'm back in the gym, yeah, that feel like a switch, yeah, they know I don't miss, whoa, brought my team with me, yeah, they know we gon' eat, whoa, who that with that heat, oh, that's that RMG,
And you know this. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. Mad as savage, and me back and I'm back in it happening, ready to blow. I remember doing deeds with Deji from the street, they left me on my own. Monkey asking me about how I got the P, I told her leave it mama grow. Then they're ringing off my phone, Times change, but mine's made up. I ain't got line patience, tried then, don't like bait. Let's come close, but swear that went ghost with a hair pack, never boast loud. Get your better whack to my condo where I birth tracks with a gang. Catch that for the gram, snap that for the man. These dudes do the most, no money in the hand. I ain't never had to feel away, rhyme steady and they feel the way. Occupation make it either way, never worry cause I can. Back chat from the whack gang, took charge when they sack man. Passport when a milestone, make space when the bags land. This must be a daydream, Max got me the mad plan. My team never lied on, due a visit from the facts man. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. Fake clothes, same watch, fake crepe, same fucks, fake squad, same lots, but flop ain't what I'm on. Aim up, don't stop, we beat leveling. Proceeds increase heavily, don't need this man's energy. I be the one, beat the one. I don't make a song to make a song, and the vibe is right. The mic will let me on to the signs. I light a pilot, spit the strong in the line. Pick me first before I'm gone. I ain't straight sicker with the wordplay. Syllables spin, I don't fidget when I burst straight. Minimal talk when I work late. Fuck what you think by my work rate. Celebrate wins like a birthday. This is 3-6, got a mean list of the tracks. You man busy sleeping when I brainstorm as a plan. Linked Andy on the underground, I don't even have to ask. Miss laughing with my brother now, I ain't talking about Dan. Catch up when he lands, snapshot with the fam. KL did a madness, back soon going ham. Come see how we ride out, short change but we smile proud. Been blazed for a while now, stay ready for the jam. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th.
Hand on the game, we are not playing the same. No, we not looking to change. Hand on the wheel, they think we lacking the drive. Boy, you should stay in your lane. Foot on the gas, I do not care if I crash, long as I stick to the plan. What is the plan? I cannot lie for none of you, long as I know who I am. I'm in control, God got his hand on my soul. And if I land and he got the remote, made it this far, it's a miracle, miracle. Anything less is cynical, cynical. Staying true, I can't lie in your interview. Tell the truth while you lie with your interview. And your acting is so hypocritical. In control, nothing more, this is minimum. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a bad when I'm in my bag. No, no, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No, no, no. When I'm on drive, I'ma lose control. Hand on the game, I'ma lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, I'ma lose control.
On a mission, on the move, gotta go, no, no. Ain't no time to waste my time, we don't slow down. You can at me in dimensions, big dog in dimensions. We be aiming for the fences, I'm in a different dimension. Why y'all be riding the benches? Y'all could just cut through the tension. Graduated from the trenches, no cap and gone. I ain't never need a handout, on my 2 feet, I'ma stand out. I ain't never take a loss now, ain't gon' start now, at the top now, and I know. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a bread when I'm in my bag. No, no, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No, no, no. When I'm on drive, I'ma lose control. Hand on the game, I'ma lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, I'ma lose control.
I've been going hard in the paint. I've been in the gym every day. Whole lot of wins on the way. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose. Pulling up and I don't hesitate. Gotta make a move, make a play. We don't fall off, levitate. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose.
No, I can't lose. Higher power, make sure that couldn't happen. Flashing the way I flick the wrist, you think I broke it on the basket. Ask them, they'll tell you I sent that boy home on a mattress. Pass it if you can't clutch, I rev up and cash it. Like how I slid on out, cause he was acting savage. Talking about, let's see how you starring films with action. Or I'll put cheese on your plate and let them wolves get action. You can't stop me in the paint, I got too many badges, boy. If you afraid of fire, then stop like matches. Put that heat up on your chest and colorize your passion. She in love with how my diamonds look, they gotta dance. No, I can't never lose, I'll put my team up in that man. Yeah.
I've been going hard in the paint. I've been in the gym every day. Whole lot of wins on the way. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose. Pulling up and I don't hesitate. Gotta make a move, make a play. We don't fall off, levitate. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose.
I've been running up the play through the back door. Feel like shit when he snapping, broke the backboard. Work hard, play hard, yeah, we been there. I was down for a minute, got my leg back. Give me the game, I got plenty, give me a wave. Triple the stakes, told him I don't never play. I mean, Ruth Chris, told him we was too lit. Give me the toothpick, picking out the players, Told him I wasn't even levels, it was layers, I can tell the way you talk that you a hater. You ain't never made a play with the guys. I been in my own lane, made a wave on a high tide.
I've been going hard in the paint. I've been in the gym every day. Whole lot of wins on the way. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose. Pulling up and I don't hesitate. Gotta make a move, make a play. We don't fall off, levitate. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose.
I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the Imperial. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm one you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Inside of me.
They call me a monster, I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest. Cut off all the nonsense, I'm all in your shot, girl, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through.
What's that?
Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
They say that I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobe.
Can never stop what's building up inside of me.
They say that I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobe.
Can never stop what's building up inside of me. Can never stop what's building up inside of me.
Yeah. They hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself. Yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water no bed like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. Oh. I ain't make it this far for myself. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight. Yeah, I had to boss. I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't get me down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't simmer down. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the flashing right. Yeah, I'm in my bag tonight. Yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up a foreign. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it.
Yeah, I hope you ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you ready for the, yeah, I see it's time. Press play on the tape, no rewind. No delay, put it all on the line. Only going up, ain't no room for the climb. Meet me at the top, or you won't ever see me. I'm making dreams come true like a genie. I'm making moves soon, you gon' have to king me. Checkmate, crown, you gon' have to bring me. Ain't no other way. Up next, then I'm putting you away. Yeah, maybe another day. Give me the trophy, I'ma put it on display. Hope you ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you're ready for the. I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. Yeah, I hope you're ready for the comeback. I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you're ready for the comeback.
Run it, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my. Been ready. Used to hold myself back, my self-esteem been better. Gotta keep on chugging. Ran through everything in front of me. Might smoke bed in heaven. Got a whole agenda. Can't aspire to get ahead, so bump that. It's no surrender. Got a dollar flipped up. I'm trying to get it in FT to get them when they're in hand and crypto. Learn how to fix that. I don't really hold out of books, but I'ma learn how to fix that. Some opportunities that never come unless you paying attention. So no, I can't miss that. Moving. MVP, I got the record. I might have to prove something. Big jumper worthy. They gon' have to retire my jersey early. Whole crew coming. Had to work something cause I had nothing in my pocket. Yeah, I did all that. Big plans. Partners trying to make profits. Yeah, I did all that. Work, sweat, and tears breaking, even no ends. Yeah, I did all that. Had to make it happen. Putting hours in my practice, I did all that. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my big dog, walking big talk, young veteran, living legend, bet I'm better than them. This is my ship, I'm a jacket like Letterman. Y'all better not let them in, they gon' rotate this, so I keep the pedaling. Started a chain, the cycle is heaven sent. This is from God, but I'm not your reverend, not in the pulpit. I'm a pit bull in this element, yeah. Said you gon' pull up, then settle it, yeah. I've been married to this hustle, this is my ring, watch out, step in it, yeah. And I ain't even got a yard, but I'ma get it here. Watch out, touchdown, pulling plans out the clutch. Everybody getting crushed, the cut down is for us now. Have to work something cause I had nothing in my pocket. Yeah, I did all that. Big plans, partners trying to make profits. Yeah, I did all that. Work, sweat, and tears breaking, even no ends. Yeah, I did all that. Had to make it happen. Putting hours in my practice. I did all that. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my. Yeah.
Tell the waitress short another round. Millie on my wrist, I bust it down. King in my city, wear the crown. Got a check, need another now. I can never get enough. Woo. Yeah, that's right. I can never get enough. Come on. Woo. I can never get enough. You couldn't get money, need a new set. Try to go again, session, need a new bet. Been here 10 summers, boy, and I ain't lose yet. Cause I can never get enough. Jordan for my team, I'm LeBron in my city. Way ahead of these man, I could pop a Willie. Gunning these 7 figures if we gon' sign a dilly. Red, white, yellow, brown, I got them by the plenty. Woo! Just the definition of success. Did it back to back, that's repetition with the steps. Pushing up the work, I could do 100 reps. 5-star general, I'm about to pull up in the vet. Had a couple zeros, had to add another 4. Started with the product, turned that into a store. My 15 minutes turned into an encore. Got an in, but I ain't stopping till I go get me some more. Woo! Tell the waitress short another round. Millie on my wrist, I bust it down. King in my city, wear the crown. Got a check, need another now. I can never get enough. Woo! Yeah, that's right. I can never get enough. Come on. Woo! I can never get enough. You couldn't get money, need a new set. Try to go again, session, need a new bet. Been here 10 summers, boy, and I ain't lose yet. Cause I can never get enough. Yeah, we been going up on a Tuesday. I'm Bruce Lee, turn your ego into souffle. Feel new, that pop bottles of Douce. With my real new, that's down south like Bousse. Turn the VIP into the projects. Don't pay attention to the ghosts that y'all set. I'm out in Bali, girl from Somali. Put her in a ring and I'ma hit her with the ollie. Started up the business, turned that into a car. Used to work the lobby, moved it up a couple floors. Views of the hood, turned that into the shore. I just made another M, I gotta go get me some more. Tell the waitress short another round. Millie on my wrist, I bust it down. King in my city, wear the crown. Got a check, need another now. I can never get enough. Woo! Yeah, that's right. I can never get enough. Come on. Woo! I can never get enough. You couldn't get money, need a new set. Try to go again, session, need a new bet. Been here 10 summers, boy, and I ain't lose yet. Cause I can never get enough.
Won't you follow me? Touch the sky, come fly with me. Be real, don't lie to me. It's gonna rain, no, bringing it back. Know what it is, bringing it back, bringing it back.
If you vibe, gon' hit ya. People who ride with ya, get it live. Who can paint that picture? Ain't no way we losing inches. Climb them fences, get bruised up, got stitches. Bring them back to their senses. Know how the game go. Checks and payrolls remain the same. No forecast, Eli, baby. Timeout, ride out. You can let them hate me. Get along everywhere we go. Don't carry vendettas, doing everything better. Step into the scene and they stuck like leather. Groupies follow me for the green. Pause to proceed, but we never lost. Tryna be fake. Tell me what it costs. Everything you touch, let's go back to dust. Hating cause you can't be like us. Lord.
Just want you to follow me. Touch the sky, come fly with me. Be real, don't lie to me. It's gonna rain, no, bringing it back.
Know what it is.
Bringing it back, bringing it up.
If you on the dance floor, then you gotta move your feet. People gon' stare, but I don't care. And I know it's only cause they know when we the best. Mic skills don't put me to the test. We don't got time for the rest. Y'all haters is a mess. Give me my props, thinking we gon' stop. All I got is love for those that's riding with me. All these models vibing with me. Say so, please don't max the caseload. Rolling that dice, 7 would be nice. Text coming in, love to see, love to me. C to C, easily. Drop flows, I got goals, please spread the word. Kicking haters to the curb. Catching up all the intrigue. Doing it mentally, yeah.
Just want you to follow me. Touch the sky, come fly with me. Be real, don't lie to me. But it's gonna rain, no, bringing it back. No, bringing it back. No.
I need a shot, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax. I done ran low on my patience. Make sure my time isn't wasted. I told them all that I've been real. They know that I cannot face shit. Funny how none of this makes sense. Now that I'm up with an A-list. She tryna throw me the K now. Telling me happy belated. Got too much shit on my mind. I told my mama I'm fine. I told my girl that I'm stressed, but I'm gonna make it on time. I pray to God for these signs. He know how hard I done try. Lately I'm looking for real shit. The things that my money can't buy. They don't understand how the shit goes. How they all use it to switch goals. How they all speed when they need some. Then when you need them and they gone ghost. They want the money in big roles. They use your name for a quick post. The same ones that told me to quit rap. I saw this shit man, it gets sold. But for now I need a shot, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it takes. So I gotta take it all back.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Asus Republic of Gamers, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, Monster Energy, and Gaming Malta.
G'day, mates. Welcome back to the B stream. We are here for another day, another match coming your way as well. Lots of action on the A stream and one match today on the B stream, live from Malta, where the teams are. It is Bardolph and Walker. How are you doing this afternoon, sir?
I'm doing great, man. I feel like for the only time in my life, I look like I'm taller than you. So I can appreciate that. I can take that to the bank. Everyone screenshot this, and I can pretend I'm taller than you for once.
If it's on the internet, then it is true. Yeah, we have a lot to come today in this one best-of-3 series. A lot's on the line, of course, if you're not unfamiliar with the format. It is a triple elimination group. This is Group B. We had Group A last week. Group B is this week. We had lots of action yesterday, had some action today as well. We'll see how things are currently looking, but this is how we began yesterday. Heroic Movistar Riders, Big Complexity Furia Imperial, Saw versus Mouse, and this is what things looked like at the end of the day. Heroic versus Big. Furia have already lost to Mouse Sports earlier on, so Mouse have stormed through. And we were looking for a big performance from them, and I think it's fair to say we got one so far.
Yeah, they've definitely showed up. Dexter has been ridiculous as the in-game leader, fragging like a madman. And then down in the mid-bracket, I think it's fair to say we had a bit of an upset here too. Complexity falling against the Movistar Riders 2-0. We heard that earlier people saying maybe Movistar Riders aren't the weakest team in this group. Maybe they are being underestimated a little bit. And clearly that was the case. That's a big win for them.
Yeah, very big indeed. A false start, if you will, for Complexity. Not what they were expecting. We saw some sparks of promise earlier, but there's still time to turn things around now. But of course, they will be in last chance saloon in that lower bracket. Furia versus Movistar Riders will be an interesting one. And indeed, the lower bracket absolutely in the bin are Complexity, waiting for other people to join them as well.
That's sad.
Yeah, that is quite
like keeping the home warm, or, you know, down there, just chilling by themselves.
Yeah, just waiting for someone to talk to them. It's going to be lonely in that lower bracket, rather you than me, Complexity. Yeah, that is an upset, but maybe they can turn things around. Perhaps it'll have to be done the hard way. For the B stream today, we've got Saw versus Imperial. For a team called Saw, there's not much in the name of Saws in their logo, I feel like.
No, it's like very, it's very nondescript. I couldn't even describe it that easily.
Looking at it, it looks, I can see like an A, I can see a P. Could maybe...
Oh, and I can sort of see like an S, sort of. Yeah,
I don't see a W though.
Yeah, I don't see any Ws, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Maybe
So
they get the W today.
maybe they will. That's the B stream schedule. The A stream schedule, though, they're on to their third match already. Movistar, shocking complexity 2-0. Furia, I think a 2-0 for them might feel somewhat shocking as well. Saw a funky round earlier on where they lost to basically a saving player on the B bomb site of Mirage, which is, it's going to happen sometimes if you're Furia, I suppose, in terms of their style. But again, I think we spoke to Dexter yesterday. Mouse Sports were not happy with what happened in Kato. They're building at the moment, and it seems that they've built a lot in a short space of time. More to come from them later. More to come from us after the break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
I think Group B is one of the more dynamic groups. We are like the top dog in the group for sure. I think Furia haven't played much. Like ever since Rio, they only played Katowice and they didn't do too good there. But they've had plenty of time to work on things, and it's such a small sample size, so they could still be dangerous.
My thoughts on the group is basically just game by game. I'm looking for complexity, and other than that, I'm not looking to the group.
This has like a lot of upcoming teams, so we are supposed to win. But of course, you cannot mess up against those teams, otherwise you may lose, just like happened through us earlier this year.
About the group, I'm just feeling excited. Our first game is against Imperial, so that's the most important game for us to regain confidence and that stuff. And I'm feeling excited. I really want to play this group.
Difficult group with some great teams, but I think it's not impossible, so we are happy with that.
I'm very happy with the group, I would say. I mean, we have a rule in the team that we don't really focus too much on who we are playing, and we just try to focus on ourselves.
For me, I think there's like 3 teams that stands out as the ones that could be number 1 in the group, and it's us, Mouse Sports, and Furia.
I would say probably Heroic are looking probably the best out of everyone.
Complexity. I think they are playing really good lately.
Heroic is probably one of the favorite teams here to go through, but they already showed some great games during this year, but they also showed some weaknesses on the very beginning as well.
I would say the team that has the best momentum and could top the group would be Heroic, just because the past results of them. I think they're playing very good CS, so
anything can happen in CS. At the moment, the level is incredibly high, and you have so many teams who are beating everyone. But if I would pick us and Heroic.
I don't really have thoughts. Like, I just look game by game. That's how I mean it. But obviously, there's Heroic, Furia, they're good teams. And I'm looking forward to play against Heroic, especially. Want to have a revanche because we lost against them in Blast. But obviously, just looking game by game, everything can happen.
I think the game we start playing against Furia is going to be very exciting. First, because it's the other Brazilian team that's been doing great, and also because the Brazilian matchup, a lot of Brazilian fans are going to be interested in watching this match.
There's this talk and this vibe that it's Heroic and G2 who's leading the race currently. And yeah, obviously, a lot of teams talk about our style, how we like to approach CS, and a lot of teams are trying to copy this as well. Yeah, they're just looking at us as the team they want to beat, which would give them the most joy, so we'll try to not give them that.
If I have to choose one, I will say so, because we want to play against them in LAN and in this big event.
Yeah, of course, the toughest team to face is definitely Heroic for us. I would say for us, maybe overall even the toughest team to face, because I have a lot of respect for them. I think they have the best play style and the best IGL in the world right now.
In terms of Counter-Strike, I would say Heroic. But in terms of how I feel about the game, I think it will be Imperial.
I think I never played against Brazilian team in CS:GO in a great tournament. So I think it's gonna be great.
Imperial versus Spore. Spore? Spore. Sorry, I'm thinking about films and games. I don't know. Anyway, the likes of Fallen and Bolts. Bolts is like the consigliere of Brazilian squads. You know, he's just there to stand in the shadows over the head honcho and deliver the goods. Either way, Imperial versus Sora. Sora recovering from a beatdown yesterday. Imperial will be expecting big things today, but I think Sora need to make something of themselves. Need to stamp some authority onto this series as well.
Yeah, Imperial played a pretty close series against Furia, so they showed they're going to be competitive. Didn't really see the same level of competitiveness from Saw. Man, we're both struggling. But here are the vetoes. And again, it's that Vertigo pick from Saw. That did not go well for them yesterday.
Indeed, it didn't. And I think that their opponent, Imperial, will be ready for that. Overpass, the pick of Imperial. If a decider is required, it will be Nuke. Anubis out the door pretty early in this series. So going for the more familiar territory, it seems. The dizzying heights of Vertigo to start us off then. I can't imagine that we see a repeat of yesterday from Saw. So I think that they will definitely have something to show for themselves here. Now we see that Imperial, this isn't quite the last dance lineup. They've got some new blood in there as well, so not falling back into too much name value. Always nice to see Fallen though, and I hope we see something explosive from him on this server.
Yeah, that video was quite funny because Imperial took out Anubis and Ancient. So it's almost like they're just the puggers who are just removing all the new maps. They just hate them. They want to play some of the standard affairs on CS. But I think this veto is basically exactly how both teams would expect it. Maybe Imperial could have picked Inferno if they wanted to, but Overpass was probably their best bet. And then Saw always seemed to go for that Vertigo pick. So I feel like both teams should be well prepared for these maps. And that means there's no excuses when you get onto the server.
Let's get onto the server. They will. The huddle is done. The bro fists are being deployed. And after that, it is just about the CS. And that comes soon, just after this.
Into the jungle.
She said that she hate me, I hate me too. I can always tell when you're lying, girl, you're see-through. All these miles away, yeah, I just wanna see you. Baby, give me good face, she hit me like seafood. Remember when I saw you, hi, it's nice to meet you. Know my old girl salty, she just wanna be you. I'm a dog, no Monties, I don't wanna leave you. Once you're right here, I just don't wanna mistreat you, no. Cause I've been a douchebag before, baby girl, I don't wanna repeat. She just won't please me, she look in my eyes, told me why are you bleeding? And I don't even know how to answer. I take these drugs to my bladder. She say I look gorgeous, I tell her I'm flattered, but I hate my reflection. When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hate my reflection. When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. Don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. I just hope I feel better. You said that you love me, don't know if it's still true. Hate it when you're not here, love it when I'm with you. You say you don't trust me, all the shit we've been through. Why you always upset? I don't really get you, I don't really get you. Why should I always gotta be so stressful? Baby, can you tell me why are you so vengeful? I don't understand you, I can't live without you, but I can't fucking stand you. I'm just so obsessed, I should take better care of myself, but fuck it. Blacked out in public, on that like she upset, but I know she
God, he's a viral! The best in the game!
We begin the series on Vertigo. The pick of Saw going up against Imperial. It was somewhat of a wipeout versus Mouse. I don't expect the same here versus Imperial. Will they make something of themselves this time around, Hawker?
Oh, I hope so. I really do, because Saw did not give us much to get excited about in that first series. I think we saw some glimpses from players like U-Jerks especially, but we need to see more from the entire squad here. Let's see what they have to show us. Imperial starting on CT side with the double dualies, and Saw have so much utility for this pistol. That is crazy. Got almost 2 full sets of nades.
All the junk. They all start very quick indeed. But the flash, oh, how did they not get a kill from that Imperial? So much opportunity that has come and gone, but maybe they can follow up on the damage. The bomb is being planted reasonably fast. Retake territory now for the remainder of Imperial. 2 of the 3 players are with Kevlar, but I'm sure it goes down to the headshots as per usual. Just waiting for these smokes to go. This feels like forever. Even with a kit, it's so annoying. Fallen's only got 16 bullets left. Here comes the burst of CTs now. These Ts are in the red, and Bolts will deliver 3 very quickly indeed. But they have to go even faster for the rest of them. That's his 4th of the round. Bolts looking for the ace now with Story behind the sandbags. Unable to stop. Just takes one in the face immediately. And with that headshot, Fallen must come off the bomb. Which means despite Bolts' best efforts, Saw will take the pistol.
Yeah, that got close there, but a really cool pistol from Saw. They go fully up that short/scaffolding side. They put the 1 smoke to the site initially after this madness at the start of the round. And then they kept their 2 smokes to be deployed just as the bomb was being planted. So that's why those smokes lasted for so long. Still, Imperial make it close on the retake, but you saw it was that time bought by the smokes that made the difference at the end there. Imperial know how close that initial round was. They want to keep on fighting here with the force buy. Oh, that's a nice nade. And a molly onto Vinny, but Cello's here to help. 1-for-1 trade early.
What a bad way to start for Imperial. Look at the urgency from Saw. They don't want this to become more awkward. They'll continue around the smokes at least and put some deeper ones in. Just being left as the last one to fall back with the bomb, so looking to disengage after all, at least for now. And why not? They have the time. Playing anti-force by around smokes is not the most ideal situation. Just starts to head back though. I like this, disengaging, waiting for those smokes to fall away, not wanting to end up fighting a bunch of CT sitting in those smokes. And looking to regress towards the site, as we can see, just has been popped. And this is still a dangerous round. 3-on-3 with 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, you don't have to worry as much about the lack of utility here on the Source side because you've got some early trades. So that means there are open areas on the map. Story has taken advantage of that with all the commotion on the opposite bomb site. They will waltz their way onto A. This time, no kit for the retake, but the shot from Fallen makes this much more doable.
Roman has a very good angle. You can see Cello is trying to deal with it if he can, but they don't have a kit, these 3 players. And this is wasting some time. Multiple things through the wall, but they're lining up nicely for Story. They can play for the beeps now. Deals with the last one as well. Not the easiest round to win, but they keep the clean sheet here, Saw. And we're seeing much more life than we saw from them yesterday, which is great to see. This is their pick of Vertigo. We want to see what they can do with it. That'll really set the CTs back now.
That was a lovely lineup from Story there, especially considering he's the AWPer of the team. Great to see the spray transfer with the Galil. Then that final headshot delivered. It's often where the AWPers can excel, when it's just the point-and-click aim. Hitting that final headshot. Looks like there was an issue for Bolts, which we are just getting sorted. I think he may have given the thumbs up, so hopefully shouldn't be too long on this one. It has been a fairly competitive start here. I think Saw are showing us that they can do well in the mid round, though, and that was important. I think they needed to show us that in a round like that, in a 3v3, they were able to make the right decision. That's where sometimes they were getting lost yesterday. So really nice to see that success for Saw. And there's not much to work with for Imperial in this round, so this should be as free as they come.
See if Chillo can emulate Dexter's success with Desert Eagle from yesterday. Ooh. Beautiful head of hair on Bolts. Sees a few players moving around. They've lost some angles though. Lost even more with that. Oh, Fallen trying to get that bonus money. Respect the attempt. Man after my own heart. But nothing doing just yet for Imperial. So, only 3 of their players have got kills so far. Not really a big deal. It's always nice to keep an eye on when people make it to the scoreboard.
Yeah, we had that map yesterday where Roman took a long time to get on the board. He recovered pretty well. Did alright in that series. Pretty nice for Saw that they save on everyone. That gives them a bit of a buffer, makes them a little more comfortable. You can see they've got some money in the bank now, which is always a really nice start on your map pick. But now we've got to see if they can do it against the big guns out in play for Imperial. No AWPs though.
Yeah, and I think we're all waiting to see that AWP on Fallen. A signature rifle on a signature sniper on a signature player. Sniper rifles are rifles as well, but...
Yeah, it's a rifle. Yeah.
Most people talk about the rifles and the snipers separately.
See that smoke on the sandbags? Makes it a little difficult for the Ts to move up. There's a one-way smoke underneath it that the CTs can see your feet on if you're not careful. Looks like Cello's going to redeploy that exact same smoke. So it just makes it a little awkward for Saw to fully get that ramp control they were looking for.
A nuisance smoke.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. And Saw don't want anything to do with it. They're coming back to the B side of the map. They ran a fair few B plays against Mouse yesterday, so hopefully Imperial are ready for this.
That's a lot of information for Bolts immediately. Puts down the molly to the side. That's given Vinny some space with the smoke, actually. Trying to... Oh, he's distracted by the spray. Awkward timing for him. And it's Imperial are being dismantled now. Only 2 remaining. Ujerks has got 1 HP. Part of me hopes he gets killed by a flashbang just for the memes, but apart from that, this one looks good for Saw. Clean sheet absolutely remaining, but we know that the AWP is soon around the corner. Next round won't be ideal for Imperial. Still looking to find their feet here on Overpass. Overpass, Vertigo. Overpass is the next map.
That's wishful thinking from you, James, isn't it?
I
You
just
wish
love
it was
Overpass.
Overpass.
Yeah.
You just love it. Getting ahead of yourself. Oh man, Cello even gets caught in the back. Look at Saw hunting aggressively. Showing us some confidence here. They're not scared of Fallen. Maybe they should be though, because he's getting a couple of exit kills. Ooh, lovely turnaround. Fallen showing off some spray on the rifle. He'll get to save the 1 gun. But Saw have got a pretty good bank balance, so they were comfortable going for that hunt. It looked pretty decent for Imperial initially. Bolts did a solid job at getting that first kill, but after he went down, the rest of the site just fell so quickly, and I think you can see Fallen very vocal there as they take this tactical timeout.
Yeah, not too much money you can expect to be spent here. Pistols, maybe some Kevlar, odd smoke or something like that, but it's mainly about the next round for them and getting that AWP to work. Can always be a difference maker. Story will have an AWP of his own though. Imperial with it all to do. Well, they'll pull out a second M4 and some SMGs, so going further than I would have expected, but I'm sure they've calculated their money correctly. So they're not lacking in their full buy rounds. Quite some action saving that rifle, and maybe it will pay off for them. As you can see, they've, for the most part, got about 1,500. Cello has a bit more, Fallen has a fair amount less, as they have taken a calculated risk into this round. Now let's see if it'll pay off for them, because Storm might be expecting an eco, and of course there's utility here, but do they expect all these weapons behind it?
You don't call this a gamble, you call it a calculated risk. I like that way of putting it. Unfortunately for Bolts, that is not the angle he needed with the MP9. Now Vinny's in this committed position. Just ducks away from the molly in time. Flashed in, looking for players, but they haven't been slowed enough here. Saw already moving up into the site itself. Vinny finds one, almost turns around for another. These smokes are making life awkward for the CTs now. They're still doing damage, but the bomb has been planted, and it's not an easy retake.
4 players alive. Those numbers are just too great. They, of course, won't know just how much damage is done. But even so, still a very tall order to sort out this B bomb site, which keeps being lost at the moment. Of course, we're still in the early round, but I do wonder, once their full buy comes in, if they send an extra man over towards that B bomb site, if this is to continue. Do Saul make a read into something like that, make a play elsewhere? Many questions to be answered in the next round. We'll see how much money Cello has. He should be able to drop an AWP, I think. Indeed, he will be, especially with that rifle being collected. That is going to be very handy indeed for Imperial. So, will we be deploying an AWP for Fallen, or will they continue with the M4A4s and M4A1s?
Wow, I was really expecting the AWP to come out, but apparently not for Imperial. Happy to stick with the rifles for now. Fallen showed us some solid spray control earlier. I'd have thought, you know, the chance to get the opening pick could be pretty valuable. There is a flash into ramp. So looking to see what he could find. As you were saying, this B site has been the issue, which isn't often the case on Vertigo. Damn, and Vinny taking more nade damage. I think it might have been 2 nades onto his position, chunking him down to 40 health. Cello stayed committed to this ramp angle. Doesn't have much assistance here. They have rotated more away from A, but this time Cello caught out, and no one here to help him.
They need an AWP, I reckon.
I'd say so. Even that position from Yotta is so scary. It's so committed.
Yeah, like how do you fight back with that AWP? It's so awkward. Like, you need 2 kills there. You've got to find a way to get 2 kills, but sans AWP, that is made all the more harder, although the angles to peek down that ramp are not easy either. They're still not concentrated together. Vinny's still alone on that B bomb site, so it's a 5 versus 2 on the A bomb site at present. So pokey proddy though from Saw, waiting for these smokes to go up. But they've got the numbers to deal with it. Where does Mutyrus looks to plant the bomb? Doesn't really have proper cover. Yes, he does actually. Just pushing short at the perfect time. Was vulnerable for a moment, but it is a 4 versus 1 after all. Imperial still looking for their first round, and this is getting pretty urgent now, I would say, on Vertigo.
Yeah, I'm surprised how uncomfortable they look, in all honesty. It isn't a map they play too often, but They've won it the last 2 times they played it. It was against Brazilian teams, but a win against Fluxo, it's not bad. Fluxo are a pretty solid squad on this map over in Brazil. But here in this one, it just feels like after the initial B site was being lost, they tried to switch it up in this round. They left Cello so isolated. They asked so much from him in that round. Might need another timeout here because this has been pretty flat on the Imperial side. I think the scary thing is the rounds haven't really felt close, in all honesty.
Yeah, I don't know that they've felt like they've been fighting for a round and just been fighting to stay alive. Really.
Finally got that AWP out. Both sides.
So where has Fallen started with this AWP then? Looks like he might be in the mid position with it. See Vinny changing up his angle, of course. Fallen be creeping.
No one there for Saw right now, though. Ramp. Oh, man. Yotta lines up that spray through the smoke. And now this fight is looking better for Imperial. I didn't expect Cello to be so close by with the MP9. So 2 early frags. This is the first round where Saw have to try and recover from a deficit.
Yeah, Imperial needs to control the narrative on that ramp. They need to be in charge there. Oh, Cello has his gun out as Fallen deploys the support grenade. Imperial need to survive this round with the numbers up as well. They'll lose their first play. That HE will force Cello to swing. Big headshot from him. Story will concede his position with sound cues. You know exactly where he is. Vinny's here as well. 4 players surviving, 8K to be collected. And surely this is the turning point then for Imperial. They're on the board now. They've got the AWP out and things are instantly different, even without Fallen doing much in that round.
I think you see the value of that little sandbag smoke. Able to tap on through. Had a nice angle lined up, which means if someone jumps up on the sandbags, they're going to take damage. Or if there were players further back on ramp, they would also have probably taken some damage as well. So that was nice. Just getting that first kill helps a lot because then the eyes are kind of taken off Cello. See, Roman was hoping he could trade, but the MP9 shifted out to the AK, did a lot of work in that round. Cello, definitely a pretty talented player, and also a player who really likes to play aggressive. So I'd say he's one of the rising stars on this Imperial team to watch out for. Saw, they were not happy with losing 1 round. They took a timeout straight away.
Yeah, just ruin that momentum at a minimum, even if there isn't so much to say. Try and get them back out of the zone. Fallen again favouring mid with the AWP. Battle sniper mode, his rifle support taken away. But land the first one though, bolts it straight back to drop Ujax. Things are looking good again. Now the question is, how do you deal with adversity, Saw? He found an entry elsewhere. Jota avoiding the flashes, making things even worse. But Vinny has been dropped towards B and just has found some opportunity. He is not carrying the bomb, so they don't know where that might be going. And there's time for Saw to play with, so Imperial may be playing for retake at this point.
Yeah, just that 1 kill opens up the map. Bolts decides to make the information play. The bomb is so scared of making the move, though, because Story has that AWP and he's alone in mid. He's terrified right now, so that's costing a fair bit of time. Maybe Just will have to make a move through the B side to help him, or maybe not, because Story lands the shot. It's Glock out and the opener he needed. Still got to be aware of Fallen in towards CT and a flank from Bolts. These are pretty good positions from Imperial.
That HE was the perfect distraction. He sees half the info. Fallen, there's the rest of it. This is the jump bolt, but he is position unknown, waiting for Story to reposition, and he is indeed on the way. Oh, he hasn't seen his head, though. But the timing will work out for Bolts. The patience pays off. Well, it was a good effort from Saw again. That HG grenade just sending the crosshairs in the wrong direction, creating an opportunity. There will be a second round then for the CET side. An expensive one, but they've got the AKD AWP to continue with. I have little issue buying around it. The bomb plant will help Saw, who is starting to run low on money themselves now. So this is going to be a big round, especially if Saw force into it. Indeed, they will. If Imperial can be successful here, they could be targeting 5 rounds.
I enjoyed seeing Bolts try and shoot the kit over to Fallen. Didn't quite make it, but Fallen picked it up. This is looking much improved for Imperial, though. Just winning a lot of the earlier fights now. See the ramp control again being contested for. Jello happy to swing behind that smoke and put some bullets in behind it. This time, this is quite a committed position from Vinny over towards B. Doesn't have any assistance here, so he can't lose this fight right now. Thought for a second he thought he cleared the corner fully. He's still just sitting back. Meanwhile, Saw focused on mid-control themselves. Bolts is playing pretty far back on the CT side. This is dicey here right now for Imperial. B site is vulnerable, and Vinny's gone down.
Indeed, he has. That was almost inevitable with the angles that both were holding. That is quite a significant issue for Imperial now. But even with that entry, what about the rest of Saw? Unlikely to be in a position to capitalize on that. We can see them quietly making their way over towards B. And now the numbers game will well and truly be abused. There's no one on the B bomb site for Imperial. Because again, how can they tell where they might be going? But as time continues to tick, surely they start to wonder more and more about B, which they are going into dry. Is there a world where they save here? They surely peek from mid at the very least. Yota's has got a very passive angle. I'm not sure they commit to this if they're not give them something for free in this 4 versus 5. I think they're conceding.
Yeah, that's tough. I think they took such a big gamble over towards A ramp, having lost that a few times. And unfortunately, this time didn't pay off for them. And that's the risk that you take if you fall over towards B so soon. Utility was cutting off the rotations. They realize it is better to take the more conservative approach. And it's also just so nice for Saw to save with 5 players on their side. As we were saying, their money was just starting to run short. And now that's no longer an issue.
Saw back to winning ways then. But Imperial cut the losses quite fast there. Let's not forget, yesterday, Ujoked was pretty important for the squad. He hasn't come to life just yet, just 1 for 7 at the moment, but overall the team are doing the job. But he might be an extra gear that comes into play if Imperial start to win some more rounds here. Still an AK in the hands of Bolts as we see the harassment towards the ramp from Saw.
It's the Nafany smoke thrown there, which was popularized when Vertigo first came out. Allows you to contest around ramp a little easier. But with the CT smoke up, it's not so easy to fully commit to that ramp position. We're always going to be a little scared. Saw again though, pretty happy going back to B. The run boost across. We'll start to get B stairs control. This time there are 2 players pretty close to the B site for Imperial. Vinny's had a rough go at it so far. Really got to see an answer on this B bomb site from Imperial. It's actually coming back to A from Saw now though, so they're just trying to play across the map. Similar position from Cello. He's going to get first contact, but Story swings onto him. Yota's in behind, though. Oh, did he make noise? I don't know. They haven't heard him, but they've got so much control to the site. Only 1 kill for Yota. It might not be enough.
He's got to find a second, otherwise this one's not doable. Peaks 2 at the same time, and That should be the round over. 2 versus 4. The numbers are not there for Imperial. Again, this was such an important round for them. Fallen still got 6k in the bank. If they can hold on to these rifles, then maybe there's something to be done in the next one. But this one would have been key. Sora forcing their way in, showing us why they like that Vertigo pick now. Heading towards an 8th round. Really stonking scoreline so far for them. They could take some weapons away here. Indeed, they will. Vinny will be dropped. He's having a horrible time on the B-bomb site. 3 for 8 at the moment. Very hard task for him. Rather you than me, sir.
Yeah, tough right now. Tough right now for Imperial. And it's maybe a little surprising because you've got to be ready for this map pick. They've had a bit of time to prepare for it. They've had a day to go over things. So hopefully they've got another gear they can go to, the Imperial side. Here is Cello again towards ramp. They swing before the smoke, but Roman puts a smoke of his own down and again just wins that first fight.
Very awkward for Fallen. He has some support here though, but for how long? Jota goes down. 3 on 4. Really going battle sniper mode as Fallen often does. Needs some individual creativity to turn this one around. The sound cues will tell him at least one of these final players is still here. Story trying to go lightning fast now, but Fallen's ready for it. Bolts on the other side, they'll stick together. Just in the clutch now. Damage is a plus as well. So much time on the clock as well. But he's trying to avoid Fallen, that's one way to do it. Dropping off the ramp to try and reset the situation. He's got 2 more to go. Needs to avoid the trade fragger if he can. Spots Vinny, but gets swatted by him for a 3rd round for Imperial.
And it still looked good initially for Saw. They won those early fights. Cello just going down early towards ramp, as has been the case a couple of times. This time the rotate was solid. It was Fallen and Bolts reacting. As you said, Fallen, not easy to land some of those close-range shots on ramp like that, on that A-bomb site. A lot of AWPers don't really like to play back towards the site because it can be so awkward. There's some headshot angles you can get peeked from on the ramp. Fallen happy to do so. Definitely deserves credit for that round win. And a 2nd timeout taken by Saw. They really want to make sure they punish fully and get a great T side here.
Yeah, I think they'll want to after yesterday as well. Be as focused and as efficient as possible. Ooh. Bolts gets his bell rung. And Cello's been lost elsewhere. Fallen trying to bring things back now. That's one way to do it. The grenades though, 1 HP, dodging the bullets and still moving forward. Dicey situation again, but with just being barbecued, they have an opportunity. 4 on 3, very nervous territory though. That reload will be heard and surely, okay, Fallen starting to move away before the smoke dissipates. Otherwise, I think he's only good for 1 there. Re-smoking, but Ujux has the peak at the right time. 4 kills now for Ujux in this half so far. He had 1 last time we mentioned him. It's Yota trying to do what he can. Molly's towards the ramp. This could buy some time at the very least. He may have seen the bomb on that swing. I'm not entirely sure. 1 minute on the clock. Ujux and Roman remain. He had a rough day yesterday as well, but he's almost leading in the frags today, Roman. Story those up there with 14 HP, but Roman has a chance to catch up now as he moves towards the site. Ujux here as well. Dropping the bomb though. Roman can't trade. And they continue to build then, Imperial. Their 4th round is here.
Yeah, looking better for them. Got to that time able to clean up the final couple of kills. Yeah, like you were saying yesterday, Ujux was winning a lot of fights that I thought were unfavorable for him. But here today, hasn't had that same ability yet. So I think there is a different gear that Saw could reach. Finally, Imperial have done enough to force Saw down to a low by That should allow them to get a reasonable amount of CT rounds together here. See Vinny actually taking some early damage, down to about half health. Gotta be a little careful when you take that early damage. Now the Glocks are maybe slightly more dangerous on towards you. Got this double stack though. It's going to be hard to overcome here. 2 rifles on this angle. The run boost is a nice attempt to throw the aim off. It might work okay here. Roman able to find 2 kills and a couple of rifles recovered. That's not too bad.
Not too bad at all if they can capitalize on this opportunity. That HG is not going to help. What a horrible situation to have to deal with. Saw really making it hard for those Imperial players to survive. Now, oh dear. So with the minutes on the clock, and without that sound cue, again, the longer they are not visible, the more Imperial have to spread out across both bomb sites. That sound cue resets things somewhat, but they still have a lot of time. If that was heard, though, if Imperial have an idea of what that sound cue meant, then they could take very aggressive angles elsewhere. So this can raise the paranoia level for Sort. 29 seconds remain. This is a winnable round. They need an entry and then trade fragging. But Bolt is ready. It makes things really hard indeed. Down goes Roman as well. And Imperial make it to 5.
Yeah, they managed to make up for it. Again, Saw using that run boost effectively, because otherwise that would have been a mow down on that same angle. But as soon as you throw another angle into the mix, makes it more awkward for the CTs on the hold. See what Saw go back to, because they've lost a couple of recent rounds. Wonder if we see them go back towards that B-bomb site. Wow, Bolts! Not expecting them there so soon. Ujux wins that opener. And Imperial just losing players everywhere. They're down 2 men so early in the round.
Story lucky to survive. Getting awkward now, Cello. Point of no return. Dancing with Roman, who's trying to dodge the USP with 40 HP. He somehow managed to escape. That should never be happening. And Roman's died instead. It's a USP versus an AK. You've got to make the confident play there, surely.
Oh, the nade. Oh, another one. And now it's actually back to a 3v3. What a wild round this is. And there's still a couple of low health players on the board. Smoke may allow this bomb to move up to the site. Uterus the man with that in hand, and at least he has good health. So bomb plant should be confirmed here. Vinny might be the man on the flank to be the difference maker, but Cello's actually found one towards the site, and they're not ready for Vinny. This is free all day long. Easy spray in the back. Uterus has it all to do. The flash makes it awkward, but they don't know he's on the site. He's got the first. Cello now just hiding, waiting for his teammate to arrive, and Vinny will be the man to finish the job. Sealing the deal on a 6th round for Imperial. This has been a fantastic turnaround for them.
What wasn't fantastic was that ramp duel for Saw. Cello was down to the USP, ran out of rounds in the magazine for the M4, and was still able to escape and felt like he had the upper hand versus the AK playing whack-a-mole. Utterly bizarre beginning to the frags on the A-bomb site. They shouldn't have got away with that, but here we are. That's something, I mean, we're into the last round of the first half anyway, so they could just move on, Saw, as the sides will soon be changing, but can't have too many repeats of that in this series if they want to come out on top.
Yeah, definitely a strange round is the way I'll say it. But it is Imperial who continue a solid little streak for themselves. They were down 8-2 at one point. It's looking real bad for them. They've strung together 4 rounds in a row. Could well be on for a 7-round half here, which they would absolutely take, considering the start that they had. It's like another quick tech issue that hopefully can be sorted as soon as possible. And there we go, fist bumps out, so I think we will be getting back into the map shortly. It's also a chance for the players to just look at their knives, admire them. Now we will be back into the action. No AWPs here into the last round of this first half. All rifles out in play. Sword did find some success on the early ramp fights there, so see if they can do that again. Ooh, traffic cone into the face of Vinny.
He'll be relieved to see the end of this half, that's for sure. Very tough time of things on that bomb site. Thanks to Sword.
He's taken another nade to the face as well.
Ooh. The exchange continues. Maybe they've burned their utility relatively early. Saw making good inroads towards A ramp as well. Or are they? Fallen says hello. It's going to be hard to get him off this angle, and maybe very expensive as well. That's one way to do it though, some pre-fire also, and he realizes that he needs to stay alive. Maybe press a different direction. They don't know where he is just yet, and now they do, and it's been very expensive anyway.
It's not an easy angle to AWP into, but Fallen makes it look easy with the patience on those jiggle peaks. Uterus has made it to sandbags, but how does Saw make them move onto the bomb site? They don't have the nades, they don't have the players anymore. Muterus, the last man left. They get the bomb down, but a 1v3 is so tricky, especially with players on all different angles. Fallen's wrapped all the way behind him. Looking for the initial duel, it won't go his way. Bolts secures 7 rounds at the half for Imperial. A solid comeback for them. This is anyone's map here on Vertigo. It's time for a short break, but we'll be back with the second half shortly.
Depression. Wanna be great, count your blessings. Just give me my salad, you keep the dressing. Cause I'm cream of the crop. He paid the price, I'm worth a lot. He told me go, why would I stop? Rest on my thoughts, jump off the tire. D'Lo Brown with the frog splash. Leaps of faith, what I call that. If you hit my line for the old me, when I hang up on you, don't call back. I ain't gonna block my blessings, I'd rather block your number. Life taught me so many lessons, Been down bad, never under. That's breath in my lungs. Some people die young, where I come from. Woke up and gave thanks to Father and Son. Filled with the Spirit, I shine like the sun. Ghost in me, but I ain't haunted. Bad vibes, keep them, don't want it. Pride hard to swallow, doggone it. And you were really never my opponent. I'm fighting evil, man, they hearts black. They wanted my life, told them back. Got an itch for sin, can't scratch that. Keep the truth loaded in the black gap. Just know if I said it, I meant it, and they gon' take it back. Learn the game brighter than my granddaddy's Cadillac. Young man, oh so, imagine that. Ain't in my control, gotta pray, let them handle that. God hit my line, gave me to play. Roger that, game time. Alright, you hate like a running back. If you ain't catch everything I said, better run it back. Eating up this beat, break bread, where your sandwich at, y'all? Thought I was done? No, this beat ain't like Kobe, I'm 2-4. My God, took old mode, he too cold. I'm skating on beats, froze on with the flow.
Look, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas is. Don't ask them who this is, I bet they know what I'm moving.
The second half is here. I like the small detail we saw in that last round from Fallen, who was being naded away from that short position. It was like, oh, just rotate here. You're not going to be rushing me because you know I'm standing here with the AWP, even though I'm not. Pops on the other side. A comeback we saw from Imperial in that first half to score at half-time then, 7-8. Is that an opportunity missed for Saw? The second half will dictate that story to us. Imperial's turn to be on the T side then. Saw may have to slip us out on the CT side, but that will only come after the pistol has concluded. All down to the headshots, as we know so well. Julie's out once again for the CTs. In the hands of Just and Roman, with a crossfire in mid. 4 players coming their way. Tyrus is here as well.
This pistol yesterday.
This looks like a hard read from them maybe for this situation, and they've walked straight into a trap, a fly in the spider's web. Absolutely wrecked Imperial.
Wow, that went about as well as it could have. Losing a single player. Then he lands the dink. But they will be running him down eventually here. Just feeling it with those dualies. Secures a triple on the round. Yeah, Imperial just not getting anywhere on the initial play. The nice little jump up onto sandbags was lovely. Too many players for Imperial to deal with.
Too many man. We need some more girls in here.
Exactly. That'll be a nice confidence booster from Saw. I feel like if you lose the pistol, you start to feel real bad. Now they're chilling.
I love to see like a strong pistol set up like that just work perfectly. Just work exactly as it was intended. It's quite nice. But not for Imperial, who will be looking for the early rifles, as Saw are likely to head towards double figures very soon indeed. Oops.
It's such a loud noise as well.
Yeah, it really is. I'll never forget the old ladder sound, though. Anyone who's new to Counter-Strike, if you saw how our ears were pierced for many, many years of our lives by the old ladder sound in CS. And the AK. The sheer brutality of that was quite something.
I remember when that sound change happened, everyone hated it. But listening back, oh my god. It was a great, great change.
I'm amazed I have good hearing, listening to some of the sounds in some of the older sounds in the game. It's unbelievable. Well, Saw looking for some damage limitation now. That'll certainly help. The bomb dropped on the other side of a smoke, and Just is going nuclear with the Julies. Crisis averted. Saw make it to 10 after all. No bomb plant for Imperial. However, the AKs will be here regardless.
Gotta have a bit of fun every now and then. Not having fun? What are you doing it for? Bit of fun for Just there with the dualies. But you're right, it is now time to get serious. AK's out for Imperial. And we'll see if they are going to be as focused on this B bomb site. Not common that you see that B bomb site hit so much as it was by Saw in the first half. Ramp is also being contested early. See Cello, someone who plays so aggressive for this squad. He's in the molly right now, has to swing. This is so awkward for him. The utility doing a lot of the heavy lifting there in that fight for Saw. They pick up that free opener.
Promising start then. So close for Vinny, but he continues to have a rough time around that B bomb site on the T side as well as the CT side. Bolts will eventually get there, but at what cost? 8 HP for him. Got to be careful as he falls back, trying to avoid the grenades or mollies maybe. There are some mollies to come for this Saw side, certainly. 1 minute on the clock, a lot of time. Whose smoke is that up there?
Come on, own up. Oh, I assume it's gone from bad to worse. I assume it's an Imperial smoke. And it has not gone their way in this round. They have been annihilated there. Just those early fights, so good. Rotation arrives. I mean, whoever threw that smoke surely should have realized where it landed. So at least they figure that out.
Fingers crossed. Story might be laughing about it. No laughing matter for Imperial, though. Down to the pistols for this round. You can see Story just listening for the sound cues, and you'll alert there are many players coming towards that ramp, and grenades will be lined up by both squads. There's one towards the ramp. Not too much damage done, though. See Roman in two minds as to what grenades are thrown. Story's ready to control the side. Well, no harm done if they can avoid the Molotovs. All 5 players alive. Saw just 4 rounds away from victory on Vertigo. This one is moving pretty fast, but I would expect things to slow down now the AKs are here again.
Yeah, it should be the case, especially after losing those early fights in the previous round, and with the utility being such a big factor there on ramp in that opening fight. I would hope that Imperial would slow things down, realizing that Saw have got some solid fundamentals on their CT side of Vertigo. Utility down. And Cello just loves to pull, man. I'm wondering if he wants to go through this smoke. But now he is on a leash. Over at B, we've had this similar sort of duel before, but this time the sides are changed just as the man in the corner. And that spot's not been too effective so far today. Too isolated from his teammate, no one there to help him. But elsewhere, Saw have brought 1 kill back, so even trade early.
Heading towards that sub 1 minute mark. So much utility thrown across these sites, trying to ruin the timing of these Ts as they look to advance. They still have 2 mollies and 2 smokes, though. So once those current ones go, it's going to be hard to hold certain positions here for Saw. But they've got 3 AKs on their CT side, and that could be a difference maker for them, especially as they pop out in response to Imperial. First smoke starts to sail in. There's a default Molotov as well. Guitar is still hiding. He can play for Story. There's the molly for him as well. He'll smoke himself off. 20 seconds now as he tries to hide in plain sight. They have to deal with him. But he is hiding. Trades will continue. 1v2 now with 10 seconds. Trying to make some space for himself, not realizing he walks into 2 CTs and Saw make it to 13.
Imperial do try that B-sided play. A little slower on the approach this time, but still not successful. Uter is surviving for a long, long time. And yeah, he saw Fallen at the end. Just had no clue how close they were. Really good map from Story. And I haven't really seen him on the AWP at all, in all honesty. It's normally the primary AWPer for the team. He's been getting it done with the rifle, which I think is a necessity in modern-day Counter-Strike. Can't be an AWP one trick. The economy game is so hotly contested. You never know when you're going to be able to get that AWP out. And now Imperial, maybe with a Hail Mary buy at this point. They've got 2 AKs, but they're pretty far down. And if they lose this, I think the map might just slip away from them at this point. What do Imperial go to when they really need a round the most?
Bolts has got a risky job with that Tech 9. But now he can show some presence. He's taken the correct angles. He goes beyond Mutyrus, but Ujerks is ready. That's the bomb. A hard swing, but they keep the trades in their favor, Imperial, in this 3-on-3. Roman's in a good spot for now, but once that smoke goes, he's going to be in a very awkward situation. See T's creeping around as well. This is going to be a crucial moment now as he spots Vinny to the right-hand side, trying to back off. No one can respond to that. That changes things dramatically.
Really nice reaction there. So fast on the flick to remove Vinny from the round and to get away safely from that position. So impressive. 30 seconds now for Imperial. Single smoke, so they might just go contact here. And that could still work out for them. Roman's playing this very passively. He's the only man on this A site, so he's going to have to concede the site control. He might now look for info, but Yotta arrives from above. Bolt is planting on the other side of the site here. So that means they can't really play that bomb from back towards ramp. That could be awkward now in the post plant.
Yeah, it's going to be confusing for Saw, especially with the angles they're coming from. Like, why would they do that? They've got a smoke up as well. They could just go for it, surely. Oh, and they can get the frag as well. Saw continue their winning ways on the CT side. Make it to double the score of their opponent then with 2 players up. They just can't stop winning in this game of Vertigo.
Yeah, the second half has been flawless. They haven't lost a round. They've won every single CT round right here. It's despite Yotta getting that pick. It looked like a great opportunity for Imperial. A 2v2 post plant. I thought they'd just plant default, sit back towards ramp. Maybe they were concerned about some nades towards the site or something to make life awkward, but you'd have thought he was just so vulnerable there. Either way, Saw 14-7 up. That AWP finally out from Story. Maybe you should stick with a rifle. Wasn't able to land the initial shot this time.
This presence is going to force the CTs to surely dump more util around the ramp. They're going to go for a retake, maybe? It looks like Roman threatening, but he's losing some crucial angles now. Ujox is here as well, but they won't lose the jewels. Traded, but 4v3, they'll take that. Really makes things harder for Imperial. These AKs will rely on some individual brilliance to bring things back into their favor now. Vinny wonders what could be on the other side of this smoke, and that'll limit Fallen as well, as they want to work together. So indeed, we did see that utility dump from Saw. It proved very, very good indeed, but Story has been dropped at close range by Fallen then. 55 seconds on the clock. He's not carrying the bomb. That opens up the world of possibilities between A and B, and you can see Saw forced to spread out once again to see what the climate is around the map.
No molly for this position. So Roman can tuck in for a long, long time. Oh, there is a molly now. They found one, and Roman will go down because of it. Gutierrez is in position, but he couldn't help his teammate on the initial hold. He was too far back. He's hoping for a lineup through the smoke here, or maybe to peer above it. Bomb dropped. Someone's got to go get that here. And those smokes start to fade somewhat shortly. Still no bomb plant, and Muterus might go through. Oh, they go through together. Beautifully done by Saw. Even though they allow the bomb plant, the team play on that push through the smoke, perfectly timed for a 15th round, and this map is almost certainly going to go their way.
Fantastic retake, pushing through either side of the smoke. Can only hold one while the other guy's planting. The time was so low, they had to commit to that one. And Saw came in with the perfect response. Yet another round on their CT side, only one more to go. Imperial left shell-shocked round after round here on this second half of Vertigo. This one might be coming to an end very soon indeed. It was a pick of Saw, as you can see in the top right. Overpass to come. We'll see how short this half will be. This could be the last round. Up to Imperial to turn things around, but that's been a tall order so far in this half.
There's a bit of damage done early, both ways. Cello and Roman, the players tagged. He's now hard clearing the corner, but Muterus much quicker on the trigger this time. Saw consistently getting off to these good starts on their CT side. Molotov will make sure that Just isn't on the close angle. And Yotta was boosted up there. Imperial are still spread across the map though. They're scouting everywhere, looking for an opening kill.
Then there were 3. Look at that peak. That's a horrible sandwich for Fallen. Yotta leaving Vinny then in the 1 versus 5 with no bomb. I think the end of Vertigo will be a relief for Imperial. This was not their map to win, it seems. They'll have to do it in 3. Vinny has 30 seconds to find a bomb plant. Story will surely put him out of his misery soon. 16-7 then. Saw with a giant bag of rounds in the second half. Competitive affair in the first half, but the second was night and day as far as Imperial are concerned.
Yeah, I am a little surprised that it was so one-sided, but I'm glad that we got to see the level of play we wanted from Saw on Vertigo. They did not show up on this map yesterday against Mouse. They lost it 16-3 yesterday. Clearly, they went back to making sure they could get their fundamentals down, and it paid off for them.
Indeed it did. It is break time. When we're back, we'll have a closer look at that Vertigo. See you back here soon.
I made the studio my home. Every time I touch a microphone, I'm at home. Every time I hear a metrodome, I get in the zone. Every time I get into the zone, I'm usually all alone. Home, it's where the heart is, pop. It's where our art is, usually goes the heart is, pop. It's where our art is, showing them that you are hip-hop. Long as you finish, doesn't matter where you started. Home. When I win, I'm alone. When the wind blows in and I won't lie. Oh, at home, I get home, go home, get home, go home, get home, go home.
Why? Look, so home is where the heart is, yeah. I said I'm in love with my hood, just know my love ain't lust. Hater said he had my chick, just know my broads ain't touch. Don't be snitching on my clique and get my dog caged up. Look for smoke and get you all blazed up. Like a chimney, aggressive with the ace when I hit your face with the mini-me. Have to switch the plates when I use the K on the enemy. I shoot it's automatic like bad habits and tendencies. All in the back, puffing the remedy. With a 9 on my lap, she like a 10 to me. I started from scratch, now the epitome. These rappers on my sons, y'all motherfuckers be kidding me. I'm smoking blunts out the Range Rover, the chain smoker. Dangerous, pretty ugly with Dracos if you ain't noticed. My hometown is a war zone and it ain't bogus. Fridge is filled with a gang of coke and it ain't soda.
When I win, I'm alone. When the wind blows in and I won't lie. Oh, at home, I get home, go home, get home, go home, get home, go home, get home. I go home when I win. I'm alone when the wind blows and I won't lie. Oh, at home, I get home, go home, get home, go home, get home, go home, get home. I go home when I win. I'm alone when the wind blows and I won't lie. Oh, at home, I get home, go home, go home, get home, go home, get home, go home, get home.
Tell the waitress short another round. Millie on my wrist, I bust it down. King in my city, wear the crown. Got a check, need another now. I can never
Millie on my wrist, I bust it down. That guy's wearing a fake watch, man. I'm telling you, he's bought it in the market. But back to the match. Saw had a stonker of a second half. Imperial weren't able to get almost anything from them in that half, really. It was just straight out of the gates, round after round after round, storming Vertigo and sending them packing to Overpass. It was close to half-time. We saw a comeback from Imperial once the AWP came out. It certainly helped with some of those later rounds, but after that, it was all sore. It was a one-sided affair in that second half.
Yeah, we had a couple of moments from the Imperial players. As you said, Fallen probably the main one, but all in all, Saw were really solid across the board, and that was the thing I was scared about. I was scared that they wouldn't have the depth of players on their squad because they're a full Portuguese team. But they came through here, and the player who's normally their star man, U-Jerks, was bottom of the board, and they still just destroyed Imperial. So that is a great sign of things to come.
Yeah, it's absolutely good. Always good to see the lack of reliance on an individual. He's there if they need the extra gear, the extra performance, but today he wasn't on Vertigo. Everybody turning up to do the goods. You can see Story there with a number of different weapons delivering the job that was required of him in round after round. But again, it was a great start from Saw, and then we started to see a comeback from this point on. Imperial winning almost every other round in this half to keep things close at half-time. But then once we got to that half-time point, it was night and day. Saw just stormed all the way to 16, basically.
Yeah, I still do feel like Imperial should be our favorites in this series, but that is a really good showing from Saw, and I'm just glad that they have shown us some of what they're capable of, because this is obviously a huge tournament for these guys, right? This is probably going to be their biggest, certainly one of their biggest tournaments of the year. So the fact that they came in, and especially once Imperial started coming back, they didn't feel pressured at all heading into the second half. They looked really comfortable. I feel like winning that second half pistol might have been the turning point in the game, because that was just so convincing, and it just set them off on the right path here, and they never looked back.
Yeah, they made Vinny's job on that B bomb site so hard on the first half, and were able to deliver in the second. And again, not everybody had an opportunity to turn up versus Mouse yesterday for Saw. So again, to get that confidence back and win that second half in such a fashion is really good for them. We'll have a look at the aim high head-to-head shortly as well to see how things were looking on that game of Vertigo. It wasn't the most explosive in terms of sniper rifle players, but yeah, we could see 3 for Story, 7 for Fallen, but they were certainly important in certain rounds.
Yeah, this is wild because Story had an excellent map. He was top fragging the whole server, and that's despite him only getting 3 sniper kills. You can see he bought the sniper more than he got kills with it. He's normally the primary AWPer of the team, but he still had nearly 100 ADR. And on the other side, Fallen was the one shining light on the team, which is definitely good to see. He was actually their lowest performer in their opening matchup. So that's certainly something for the Imperial fans to look forward to. And he had a couple of nice impact rounds. But all in all, other than that short string of rounds at the end of the first half, Imperial never got a chance to get things going. And we've got to see them turn it around here. I think Overpass should still be pretty solidly favored for them. It's not a map that Saw have been that good on as of late. Yeah, Story getting it done with the rifles, man. Good to see.
Yeah, the AK, the Galil, the AWP. We saw Fallen rack up the numbers here, just holding on to this M4, but holding on to that was instrumental in the team buying in the next round as well. And then dancing around.
So fun, though.
I know, right?
The
like
combat AWPing.
Oh. Battle sniper mode, dancing around the sites is always good to see. It's like part of the identity of Counter-Strike, one of the many reasons that we love it at this point. So it's promising to see that, but again, didn't result in so much overall when you look at the score, especially in that second half. I would imagine it will come to life even more so on Overpass, though, which is just around the corner. We'll see you back here shortly after this.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Maybe we have the best manager in in Europe. It's Vertigo, Marinhas.
It's really cool to play with them, so I only can describe with good emojis.
Just smiling.
Smiling, yeah, and party and.
I mean, the team is very passionate to the game and dedicated. We love hard work and to dedicate ourselves into the game.
Passionate, dedicated, hard work.
Yeah.
I think we are shooting well. I think it's going to be a good game. But sometimes people are talking too much before the games.
In free times, sometimes we talk a lot, especially me and Roman.
The manager is telling us something very serious and important, and the people just don't care.
Bunch of jokers.
Yeah.
Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double, told him check the stats, yeah I got a couple, I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble, I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell, feel like John Morant, need a triple-double, told him check the stats, yeah I got a couple, I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble, I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell, yeah I need it now, told him on the lay, I've been moving dog, yeah I'm on the way. I don't hear the talk, don't care what they say. I don't got no patience, I can't ever wait. I've been trying to get it, running up all these digits, and I've been in the gym. I've been up doing minutes, I just put in that work. Told them it's strictly business, and I see through the face. They all just burning bridges. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah I got a couple. I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah I got a couple. I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Yeah, they don't want it done like I want it, dog. Yeah, they say they want it, then they took the summer off. I've been going down the list, checking numbers off. I was checking on your numbers, told them something's off. I was at the bottom, now you know I'm climbing. Now they sending deals, they know I ain't signing. They been trying to sell it, they know I ain't buying. When they send a text, dog I ain't replying. Feel like John Morant, need a triple triple-double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't try the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Moran. Need a triple-double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't try the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell.
Best map in the map pool, Overpass is here. The pick of Imperial. They will be seeking revenge on a Saw who, to put it mildly, slapped them about in the second half of Overpass. Why do I keep calling them each other? On Vertigo. Now it's their chance to do the same on their pick. First comes the mayhem of a pistol round though, which is always fun unless you're on the receiving end of those headshots.
Yeah, it can be fun, can be the opposite. And Imperial got absolutely spanked on that second half pistol on Vertigo, so I'll be hoping they can turn things around. I think they lost both pistols on that first map, actually. So hopefully for Imperial's sake, their map pick will treat them better on the pistol round. They've got themselves a little bit of utility and that good old P250 that you almost always see on the T-side Overpass pistol. As for Saw, it is again the double dualies. They want to go ahead and repeat their success on that Vertigo pistol. Only one dualies in the connector, though. I thought we might see both of them.
One's near Monster. Got to position them for the rushes. The bomb's here as well. This could go really wrong, but Yota's got his angles. Bomb is dropped, but look at that flying Yota get another one. Not over yet, though. Story has much to do if they enter his domain. Plenty of sound cues. Doesn't know the situation towards long, but while he looks towards that, sounds are being made. Now, they could have gone past him. He doesn't know. Ujerks may be stuck around the A bomb site for the time being. The Story clears the outside. On the way towards B, they go 4 versus 3. Yota's picked up a USP. Moving in for the split now. Just doesn't see anything just yet, but now he certainly will. Nothing doing with the dualies. Ujerks down to 4 HP, now 0. Story has a most unlikely clutch to find. 1v4 with 27 HP. Will he consider a Kevlar save, or is he having a look from the upstairs? Seems it will be the former.
Smell you later, says Story. Time to get out of there. And a nice round from Imperial. They did a solid job there at coming back to B at the right time. C Just was trying to survive as long as possible behind the pillar, but the position he picked meant he couldn't really drop off safely. He had to commit to that angle, and so even though he survived for a little while, it wasn't long enough for the rotate to arrive. He was playing a bit further back. He maybe could have tucked into the water, which would have been nice, but he wanted to play in an advanced position. Wanted to get up close to those dualies, and wasn't able to do so. Well converted by Imperial. They win their first pistol of the series. And that'll be a nice, comfortable start for them. And as we were saying, Jota there, you just jump around that corner. Unless the CT lands an unreal shot with the USP, you are going to be able to get that kill close quarters. So we're still going for the force buy, though, in this follow-up round.
Yeah, I don't expect too much from this force buy, or from most force buys from CTs who lose the pistol, but it might be that they just need the util for their first full round. So why not? Bolt's keeping the CTs honest outside of the B-bomb site. Inviting a response maybe with the flashbang, and the response will be the smoke grenade. Burn that util early. Minute 10 on the clock as Imperial look to find out where these CTs might be. Things could get painful for them. Down long. Being careful, though. There's quite a few targets there. Not sure if we hit one, Roman. Well, they know the scout is towards long, but what is the next plan here for Imperial? Time's starting to get low now. Around the 40-second mark, I think in a round such as this, you really want to be making inroads. You want to have time for error correction once you start heading into a bomb site. With 0 kills thus far, and Saw rotating towards A with Story in the forward position. Now is the time really to be making some success. Bolt down 22 HP, still no frags here for Imperial. Just the Story start to drop now. Things are looking way, way better for them. 19 seconds, bomb can be planted. Look how many plays are in the red though. Can't imagine Roman continues to push down. Won't need to because Cello puts him out of his misery. Slightly scary, but Imperial pretty cool with that one.
Yeah, 3 players would have probably been one-shotted to the body by that scout. But the explosive nature of that push onto B, when it actually came through, was pretty impressive. Just how quickly Imperial got all those kills. Could barely keep up with it. And we've got a nade stack here from Saw. Always got to have these tricks up your sleeve. Monster might be the spot for it. That's where you see the nade stacks go down pretty frequently. And Cello, oh boy, he's flashed in. Are the nades coming? Ooh, maybe not in time. Yeah, it's not going to work out this time. They get into the site too quickly. 1 kill for Roman is all they're going to find.
Fast eco round is a good eco round. On to the buy rounds. Story will have the AWP. Fallen, on the other hand, will have an AK-47. Or will it be the Galil? Indeed it will be. I suppose he's more comfortable with the spray. Maybe they'll steal an AWP from their opponent. Maybe they don't want to be too predictable in that regard. Such a beautiful nade to see thrown. No connection on this occasion, though. See Imperial looking to take some control towards that short B area. That would be quite nice to have early. Edging forward, Bolts and Fallen. There are very nice sprays you can do from Graffiti as well to that position. But they've made it there okay. Love this boost as well. Bomb spotted in connector, 1 dropped. There are those grenades lined up towards Monster. But they won't claw anything back that they've lost already at the beginning of this round.
That's what you've got to love about Overpass, man. Always some little tricks available for both sides. You've always got to be really playing with your brain turned on. You can never stop and just go through the motions. There's always those boosts available. Cheeky little plays for the CTs to rock with. I think it's so nice to run that on the first gun round here. Get that early advantage. Try and get your first round on the board. 5v4 looks good, but just has taken some damage there. The smoke timing nice, but the flash could be better. But Muterus strikes into the back. That bomb has dropped onto the site. I think Muterus might just play safe here, but he's got a flash for himself. Holtz is still looking to isolate that angle, but the bomb has been planted. No kit either on the back of Saul right now. That's a nice shot from Bolts. This is still very doable from Imperial, but Fallen's been trapped on the bomb site. Dink down low. Story, pistol out. The USP won't get it done. It's Fallen coming through with the clutch, and he'll steal that up for good measure.
Very awkward last fight for Fallen, but the experience, the confidence is there indeed. He will take the AWP as well and mix things up. Great positioning from Bolts, though. His timing worked out perfectly. False sense of security. As Mataris looked like he was making some round-saving frags there. That 2K from the back. But then Bolts' superior position and timing gave them an opportunity. Fallen still had work to do, though. Such low health, having to hit that first shot. Able to do so, and they find themselves in a very promising position now.
It's awkward. When you get that dink like that, I'm not even sure if the USP would have been a one-shot to the body there when Fallen has 14 health. I feel like that's right on the edge. But really well played here between the two of them. You see again, Fallen with that AK we were talking about. especially at the end there, realizing he kind of had to go for the headshot. He needed to deliver a quick kill. Did exactly that. And I kind of had the feeling in this series that both map picks might be pretty solid for the respective teams. Felt like maybe Imperial had a bit of a chance on Vertigo. Holy, those nades.
It's 59 damage.
Big, beefy nades. Just how we like them. Any more where that came from?
I need to learn
One more nade.
That smooth-ass lineup.
It's so nice to watch. You've got to do a little parkour to get there.
I'll probably fail at that part.
Yeah, that's the tough bit. This B-side's very vulnerable. Just has a smoke. See, he puts that down defensively. Makes it awkward for T's trying to push towards that barrel side of the site. And they may actually go through the smoke. See, Bolts there has been spotted. Just, actually able to get one kill. And a second, the bomb plant denied. Finally, Cello fights back. But we could have a bit of excitement in this round. Muterus has another frag found. Yotta's still nowhere near the action, but he'll cut off the rotate, and Bolts has to survive here. He gets away safely. Everyone's taken damage in this scenario, though. This is on a knife's edge right now.
It's such a long rotation for them. They surely have to bank on one player going to A, focusing on a B plant. 20 seconds on the clock, but they're both still here. Boosting from the back. Bolts has managed to dodge some bullets. You can see them desperately trying to stop that bomb plant, but he's able to make it there. How on earth is he still alive? 10 HP. Saw with an unlikely opportunity at an extra round here, if you will. Got to play their card very carefully indeed, but the trades will favor Imperial. The clean sheet remains just about. Saw made that one really, really hard. Some urgency through the smoke there to create some opportunity, but Imperial are able to prevail at the end.
Oh, I thought Story jumping into the smoke would be the difference maker there. If Muterus didn't go down so quickly, I think he could have been the player to capitalize. But because Muterus fell so fast, Imperial able to work together on that final fight. Nice work on the refrag. Signs of life from Saw, though. And now they have the guns to show for it, and some early mid-aggression in towards Party. I don't think we'll see the full peak from this. The molly, though, it hasn't really landed properly. So Roman can stay here. And I wonder if Imperial now overlook this position. I don't know if they'll come this way anyway. So it might not be too costly, but it's still good info, good map control for Roman there. He can just stay on that pretty aggressive position in mid. And he's got to be telling his B players that they need to be ready for a potential fast play right now. Yeah, that's nice util timing. Oh, really nice.
Didn't fire any shots though, Imperial. Didn't give the game away completely, but U-Jerk seems to have an idea as to what might be happening. Repositioning now. More aggressive angles around that monster position, and indeed they've got so much information. Oh, the bomb carrier, Vinny, at the back. Roman thwarting the timing, disappearing just as they come in from the other side of Monster. A sandwich, and the world collapses around Imperial in a black hole. Still going to be hard for them to rescue this bomb, but for 25 seconds, that molly is going to buy crucial time, and that smoke really breaks the backs here. So much harder now. Without that utility, maybe they can go and find the kills, but all chances, all hopes are done for at this point. Saw will make their way onto the scoreboard finally as Imperial try to hold on to what they have.
Yeah, man, that is a lush round from Saw. I love that Roman gets all the way in behind. And a bit of a shame for Imperial. They missed that molly on Party right at the start of the round. A really nice flank coming in, and more importantly, the util timing on the Monster players was just right because of that info that they got over towards A. And I love that they even just fight aggressively in Monster with the B players. They say, you know what, we got a flank. That is going to completely throw this round into whack. Now Imperial, well, they're done with a slow round. It's time for a fast B play.
Sending it straight into B. You can see the balcony smoke being lined up. Counter grenades here from Saw. Trying to cut that sight in half, but Ujux has to be so careful. Cello swinging, great headshot, good trade. Important trade from Vinny. Justice here, but look how Vinny is swinging round the back of the sight as well. Somehow still alive, Fallen to finish off that job. 2v3 remains as Roman's on the flank once again. Now, will they have the presence of mind to look for him? He's got it so quick. Story firing off some shots, showing some presence. Fallen starts to look, but takes too many bullets immediately. Now Imperial have the information, I believe, as to roughly where these two players are. Roman's in the clutch now. Bolt's coming in from the back, being checked ball by Roman, but for a brief moment. Doesn't see him though. But Vinny will see Roman first, and Imperial goes straight back to the W column, 6-1, putting Saw in the bin once again.
What a round from Vinny. Ends with a triple kill in that one. Helped wonders in getting the initial opening. Then got into that annoying position under Heaven that just made it so awkward for Saw. Made it difficult for them to really commit on the retake because of how much map control was gained. Now for Saw, this is starting to get into struggle territory. Buy is not perfect. And some monster aggression might be the solution to that. They decide to take a risk, and it pays off for them. Bolt's the only man there, instantly out of the round.
Lovely stuff. Take the fight to your opponent, especially with the score getting out of hand. They didn't come here to lose and play for 3 maps. They want to do it in 2 if they can. And that is a promising start. The Shadow reveals the position. The support may come just in time, surely. Ujux able to trade. Point of no return, though. Pulls out the pistol, but it's too late. But this is still chaotic for Imperial to deal with. Many question marks on the remaining 3 players. We can see Mutaris in that short spot. Fallen moving forward alone with the bomb, and that will compound the problems here. For a moment at least, Vinny able to trade, but the jig may be up in terms of where Imperial are. And again, Roman, he's been flanking so often, he could be anywhere at this point.
He'll use that to his advantage. Not making noise, they do not have a clue. First player down, and the second. Roman keeps his cool. So quick on the first kill because that player was low, allows the easy transfer. And that is much more like it from Saw. As he was saying, just making Imperial uncomfortable in this round. It's pretty common for teams to default with just that one player sitting outside B. So I thought we might see that player sitting a bit further back, but because he's committed to Monster, he gets flashed, he gets taken out instantly. And it's really nice when you can make your opponents uncomfortable like that on their map pick. And look at what it does to the economy game. Imperial can only get 1 AK now.
Suddenly, so much promise for Saw. Starting to look like a wipeout of a half, but breaking the money can be everything. Cello creeping forward. With the AK-47, Roman spotting, falling back, trying to make some space for himself. Well, to be careful about his angles, though. The prospect of crossing to the site must be real scary now, but he's able to make it. Multiple boosts from multiple riflers. Imperial, they need to find a way into this round, though. You can see Bolt's lurking on long, spotted by Roman, but again, how does he take the duel here? Looks to switch sides, thinks Bolt's to his left, but he's to his right. Both teams dancing. Imperial just looking for a way in. Roman's still alive. They can hear the sound cues now. They've got plenty of crossfires as well. And there's the bomb, which will allow for some more confidence. And then Fallen finds himself as the last man standing. No frags so far. Patient P250 shots, and Roman will fall eventually. But he did his job. He delayed. He thwarted. He dodged. And helped Saw get to their 3rd round.
I love the confidence there from Roman. Even when he's down on 30 health, he says, you know what? I think I've got to take this long control. We can't allow a split to come into this site. And as soon as he gets long control fully and cuts off that side of the push, it just makes it so easy for the rest of Saw. Really good to see Roman playing at this level. You can see he's feeling it right now. And now Imperial with basically nothing to work with. Should be a very easy round for Saw. Looks like they will be showing us some signs of life now on Overpass. All right, nice position. Nice adjustment. Fallen has snuck up close. Oh, if I had something better than a Glock, it might work okay. But he's going to get dealt with. And this round is going exactly as you would expect it to. Then he's going to get one with the Deeg. Anything else is not going to be easy, though. Doesn't even have the bomb, sadly. So can't even pretend to play between the sites.
Very important rounds for Saw to build here. These will all be crucial for them. Game of two halves, of course, but Imperial feel like a much stronger team as far as this map is concerned. So they can, if Saw can keep them broke, then we may have an interesting game of Overpass on our hands. Now, Vinny's got 27 seconds to die because he needs the loss bonus so he can buy in the next round. So at some point, he's going to have to start running, I think. Have to get his skates on, try and do any damage he can. Many targets, and it is what it is. Couldn't find anybody further back to make things expensive. But the rifles will be out again. So suddenly the gap is down to 2 rounds. Bearing in mind they lost the first map, Imperial. Do wonder if the pressure will start to rise here. They don't want things to be slipping too far out of their control. Definitely want to get back to winning ways in round 11.
That would be nice for them. But I think it's also worth pointing out that certainly at Katowice, if you look at the map stats, Overpass was pretty solidly CT-sided. It's the second most CT-sided map after Nuke. So that is something to keep in mind here. The fact that Imperial already have 6 T rounds is pretty good for them. I'd say they're getting to the point where they've probably already got enough rounds for a decent half. But they could go on and have a great one here. This is a very risky position from Roman. He's been playing with confidence. And it looks like it could be a good position again, because that a long play is coming in. You might just hear those nades being dropped or a little sound cue, and Roman's got the big flank. They've got no idea.
Oh, God. That's the bomb carrier as well. He can line up behind him and try and get 2. Oh, and he'll try to face them, but he still gets 2 from it. They're looking away from the flashback. They're like, hold on a second, who's that? 2 players remain for Imperial. What an awkward situation for all concerned. That's pretty hilarious. Playing anti-flash, and suddenly they just see a rogue CT who's joined the party. I'll throw a flash as well. Apparently not. He had his M4 out.
They're sitting there like, wait a minute. I swear we only have 3 on A-Long. Why is there the 4th guy? Where did he come from? That's so funny, because when you turn anti-flash like that, you're not thinking about your crosshair placement at all, right? You're literally just flicking your mouse 180 degrees away and then flicking it back. So that must have been so awkward. The 2v4 now with 20 seconds. It is a gamble into the B-bomb site. It could work okay. It's a very passive CT setup. I think a bomb plant is doable right here. You can see Bolts clearing it out. Bomb plant will be committed to, but Just has got that frag. Cello taking damage. He's dropped down. They've dropped on his head with the knife. Just styling. That's what we like to see.
Man's got biblical with the blade. Took his kidney. Can get good money in certain markets for a kidney. And there one goes.
How would you know?
In front of our very eyes. I know a guy who knows a guy.
Okay.
One of my lives is called Kidney Thief. It's because of that Candy Mountain video on YouTube.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
There you go.
Was it Charlie the Unicorn or whatever?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a classic. Wonder how many people still know. That's like old, not that old school, but there's definitely a generation that will have missed that.
Candy Mountain. Is it safe for work? Probably, but people might wonder why you're watching it. Especially with the graphics when they're moving forward, just bouncing forward or whatever it was. They're going to think you're weird. 6-5, Imperial are losing grip on this first half. And I have to wonder what would be a super juicy target for Saw. Like, if they could get to 8 rounds, let's say, they might be laughing moving into the second half. That might really be alarm bells for Imperial. They'll have 2 rifles in this round. Less than ideal would be putting it way too politely. We can see them start to move in towards the deep offside. They'll lose Vinny towards short, but look how awkward. That is such a hard frag to get, especially when your Shadow concedes your position first. Somehow, though, Cello still forces a frag. I want to say forces his way in, but he's been forced back by 2 incendiaries thrown by Saw. And this situation somewhat resets itself.
Some decent map control for Saw in towards B short. Is somewhat susceptible to being flanked from Connector, but they're just going to make the move themselves. How do they take these angles? It's awkward to play both sides. Ujerk's able to get one. Is trying to trade off the back of it, but now they're going to run him down from all possible sides. Imperial peek him from 3 separate angles. The rotate is here for Saw, though. They've got both players in position now.
See if they stay left of the pillar from the T perspective. Oh, well, the opportunity is still here. Whew. And just like that, it goes. That was a crucial round for Imperial to win again. I think they really need to be pulling away from Saw towards half-time. Otherwise, I'm really starting to wonder, because I would imagine that we're both expecting 3 maps here, but Saw are getting a fair amount of rounds here on the CT side. They've got another full buy again, so I am starting to wonder now if this, like, how much of a chance there is for a 2-0 potentially here if Imperial keep giving rounds away in this first half.
Yeah, they should be looking to stabilize. I think the issue for Saw could be that T side of Overpass. When it's not your pick, when you don't play it much, it can be very hard to get all those protocols down. Let's see if they can get a few more CT rounds to keep it competitive. 1-for-1 trade early in this one. Muteris is sticking around. They saw him earlier, but they're not ready for that angle. They didn't think he'd hang around for so long, and oh, Roman gets the kill straight through the smoke. Fallen's pissed about that one.
3 sprays with the silencer. No tracers, thank you. Dramatic turnaround. Mutiris, such a weird angle he was holding on the stairs for his first frag as well. Doing the same again. If the bomb falls down here also. There it goes. And that really seals the deal as far as Bolts is concerned. 44 seconds to find a frag in Connector. Mutiris says hello, and that's that. What can he really do at this point? They are fighting tooth and nail, so you've got to give them credit for the amount of rounds they've got on the board now. They are really putting in work, and we might see some shortcomings in the buy from Imperial now as we head towards the end of the first half. We'll see what their full buy looks like, but Saw are taking it to them on this CT side. Hyper-aggression, and it's paying off.
Now the disruptive play is working. Surprised about that oversight from Cello, and the kill through the smoke from Roman was great, and Roman's just been a completely different player here in this series. He's been really solid for Saw. Top fragging on this map. The entire server is 4-man boost. It's so rare to see this work nowadays. CT's always aware of that possibility. Never really opening themselves up to it early. It does leave yourself without the ability to get map control elsewhere. This is crazy that they've stuck with it for so long. Finally going off the boost. Story established with that AWP on Monster. That's what is allowed to happen when you sit back for so long like that. CTs get into good positions. Story able to win that opening fight against Fallen. And now someone else has to have a go with the AWP. Oh, that's a great flash, though. That's what they needed. That's an AK that can be recovered.
Matyrus has got so much information
Yeah,
for the
he's
squad as well.
yelling info right now.
They're all moving like they're all separated from each other. He can count every single play that's gone past him. They have all the information. Have a look at the stack towards B. Not that much utility for Imperial to throw on this occasion. Shift walking towards short again. We can see Matyrus coming in from the back, being very careful. Won't catch Fallen this time, but Sori is so expected. I do wonder if he's conceded his position with the barrel. No, that's a big AWP shot. They know where all these players are. Vinny, 1 versus 4 now. They've got mixed bag in terms of the money after this one, but the score is tied.
Saw with the chance to go into the half with the lead. Was not expecting that. It definitely started to show up. And again, it's these info plays. Story peeking into Monster. And Story able to dance around that pillar perfectly because of all that info that Muterus had for the team. Come on, Muterus. It's last round of the half, man. Buy the kit. It's fine. They've got 4. They'll be fine. But it's Imperial who have got a little weakness in there with the Galil. Early mid-control not being contested for this time. Instead, it's the short that's been taken by Saw. That means Imperial going to be chilling in connector. Not going for any aggressive plays too early in this one.
Proper firefight we've seen in this first half. Imperial must be afraid of where Matyrus might be playing with the action, the antics we've seen from him recently. And again, another push around that monster position. Bolts will be traded as well. Now, what do you do if you're Fallen? You're around the corner in T-spawn with the bomb alone. But he's still pushing forward to try and do something. Just finds himself in short. B Story knows that Vinny is here as well in the reds. This is absolute chaos.
Muterus drops in time. That molly helps him out. Fallen's wrapped so far to the left. I don't think Muterus is ready. Oh, he's going to swing onto short, but surely traded by Fallen. And now Roman has it all to do. Smoke obscures his vision. Could be spotted, but Roman drops down. Headshot confirmed. Yotta with the big reposition secures the half in favor of Imperial, but it is as close as it can be. Still anyone's map here. Saw searching for the 2-0. We'll see if they can pull it off after the break.
They know I don't miss. Whoa, brought my team with me. Yeah, they know we gon' eat. Whoa, who that with that heat?
Yeah,
that's that RMG.
I need chest, I need bands. Blessings for my friends, that's a switch. I ain't playing. I need rings for my hands. I'm a king, whoa. It's my jeans though. What's in them feet, yo? Wait, look, this my Jackie Chan's. Y'all ain't got my reach. I ball like Kyrie already. Know y'all mad at me, okay? Homie say la vida. Word been mad like. Y'all best act right. Said you think I'm that guy. Got you mad tight. Oh nah. Hold the crown like Bron. It just is what it is. Got this ish on lock. Y'all gon' watch me do my dance in this land, la. I ain't married to the game, but to these boys I'm pow.
Whoa, yeah, back at it again. Whoa, I'm back in the gym. Yeah, that feel like a switch. Yeah, they know I don't miss. Whoa, brought my team with me. Yeah, they know we gon' eat. Whoa, who that with that heat? Oh, that's that RMG.
Run 'em up. I run with some goons, they pulling up. Looking for a problem, ooh, that's us. We get on the field and run them up, ayy, run them up, run them up. I run with some goons, they pulling up. Looking for a problem, ooh, that's us. We get on the field and run them up, ayy.
I can't deny this. I'm still in make you turn over your treasure like a pirate. No, it don't matter what party you part of, you not invited. Yes, I got my goons, but I'm gobbling them entirely. I'm a monster, I'll eat my own just to keep up my diet. You don't wanna get hit with the blade of a chopper. Come around, I can't no options. Looking at trophies like which one is up for adoption? Felon in love, got no conscience. What in God's name, nothing accomplished. Just a feeling your team is about to be feeling. When I come take everything from you, I'm bombing. My team is hard body, bulletproof chest with a K-bone. We from a planet, the only one that got A's on them. My team got trophies and medals for rolling tanks on them.
The second half is upon us then. Things are quite interesting considering the number of rounds we saw from Saw in the first half on their CT side, but what will their T side look like? And how worried might Imperial be? Especially if they are to lose this pistol, for example. Then things could become a little nerve-wracking for this Imperial squad in front of our eyes. Are we gonna see a third map? What do you reckon, Hawker?
I think so. I still have faith in Imperial, but they definitely haven't been playing their best here, James. So I can see why you get excited if you're a Saw fan right now. See how this T-side pistol looks for them. This will be a big round to start them off and really put the pressure on Imperial. Yotta taking damage, pistol out, but Ujux turns it round on towards him, and that A site is wide open for the taking. Cello's on long, but he can't defend the site itself.
Bomb getting planted, it seems. Things become awkward then. Cello's position will be very, very important, but Bolts has been lost as he gets closer to the site, delivers the kill, as Fallen gets one as well. They have a smoke to try and take some of these angles away at the very least. That was one he had to find. Cello finally being taken down. Fallen creeping around the smoke. They don't have a kit to go with that smoke grenade. They've got to find that kill, and they will. That is a very difficult round to take, and maybe the smoke was enough of a bait to get Saw to come out, but will they have the defuse? It's going to be a close one. They will secure it indeed. That was a must-win, I feel like, at least psychologically for Imperial, and they were able to make it.
Yeah, that's a big round for them. And now there's really no excuse for Imperial. You've won both pistols on your map pick. You simply have to close out maps like this against a team like Saw, who you should be certainly competitive against, arguably favorites against, but I think it's hard to say when you get the clash of regions like this. Imperial and Saw, I think most people expect it to be a close matchup. Seems that way right now with Imperial into the lead. Still work to be done. Oh, mate, I hate that you can just throw the smoke into the molly like that and it just doesn't extinguish it. You've got to be very careful where you throw those smokes. One day that'll get fixed, I'm sure. One day. Maybe in Counter-Strike 2, based on what I'm seeing on Twitter recently. Big old boost. And a drop down. Well executed. It's like a gymnastics move. Give it a 9.
There's a lot of use on it with Vinny. Banking on that kill coming through from Josa. But the push comes in from short. No one's really ready to deal with it. Or are they? Vinny has put himself into a great position with 3 kills after all, leaving Story with a scout. Hasn't even switched out for a rifle. A semi-automatic, rather. Going with the bolt action instead. Finally switching to a Galil at the very least. Here's one in the water. Is it a distraction though? Where are the remaining 2? That's the question for Story. Here's more in the water, and you won't hear anything else for this round. Great play from Vinny with that 2-man push on short. Things were looking dire, but a 3K from Vinny turns things back into their favor. And Imperial come through to clean up.
And Cello's aim looking pretty spicy as well in that final shot. Very clean. But you're right, Vinny making a big difference here. And these are the sorts of spots he always gets put in. Always seems to be in the difficult positions, back against the wall as an anchor. This time here on Overpass, performing a little better than he was over on Vertigo. And that is very good to see for Imperial. Timeout taken by Saw, and this starts to feel like a bit of an uphill battle for them now. If you look at their map stats on Overpass, they have a 58% win rate on CT side, so that's pretty solid. And then on T side, it drops down to 31%. So, especially with them falling behind here, if those stats are anything to go by, this could be a very hard half for Saw to come back into.
Well, they're taking the gamble. They do not want to allow Imperial to build. They know the struggle will be real if they do. So the rifles will be out once again. At this point, they've got one incendiary. It's a big flash, but Mutairis doesn't fire. Importantly, eats another one though, and down he goes. Yota hops out of there. He's happy with that. Things are awkward now, especially with the door blown off. Connector needs to be cleared. We've got two CTs here, and they're getting all the frags. Sora being shut down. Start to wonder if their best opportunities are behind them now. In this half, maybe. Perhaps it's too early to say. It's their first kill of the round. Leaves them in a 2v4 situation as Imperial just disengage and go back to the sites. They've got the numbers advantage. They took what they wanted, and they will leave with the spoils.
Felt like Saw just overlooked some of those positions slightly. I mean, you see the player jumping up towards Connector. Wasn't ready for the fight against Cello. Cello starting to deliver now. Some lovely, well-timed aggression for Imperial has got them this advantage. Now all they have to do is sit back, try and close it. Got a 2v2 on either bomb site. It's Fallen who will be first contact. If he wins the first fight, it should be all over. Roman has to deliver, but that's a nice off angle from Fallen. Out in the open, really hard to pre-aim that position. Just has 12 health, and he doesn't have the eyes on Shallow. 11-7 for Imperial. Saw's money probably finally too far gone here. You can't really force up and have a goodbye in this one. I might have to say goodbye to this map right here, because Imperial now have themselves a very solid position.
Yeah, that's not something we would normally say at such an early, relatively early scoreline, but it just feels that way with how both sides are playing in their current halves. You can see the importance of that connector position for Imperial. Again, it just makes the existence towards short B so much more difficult. Vinny gets himself 3 on the Antico, and Jota cleans up the rest of them. Always nice to pad the stats. That puts him positive as well, so good for him.
Yeah, man. Always got to love Vinny. Longest time was in the toughest positions on Furia. I think for a brief period on Imperial, he was put in some better spots. He was fragging pretty well. But as the lineup has changed, I feel like he's gone back to more of a supportive element on the team. Had a good spawn in this round, though. So it looks like Vinny will take his chance to go into Connector. Actually, he's going to be boosting Shallow early, and that is a nice switch up. Saw not expecting it. Oh, Fuchux. Oh, he gets wallbanged. That's wild from Vinny. I didn't even know you could wallbang like that, but he gets him through, gets 2 in the Connector, and Saw don't even have a chance to set up this round. Oh man, Roman needs to win this fight. He simply has to. And Vinny is standing strong. What a CT side he's been having. It's just multi-kills after multi-kills for Vinny. And it's a lone Mutarus. Looking a little sad right now. I think he knows his days might be numbered. Vinny again. Not Vinny again. Oh, not a knife. Not a knife, Vinny. You sly dog. They had to get the knife back, and they do it. That is lovely. When you get knife revenge kills as well, like that's perfect.
That's a feel good. Oh, yes. I keep forgetting that's a thing.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even know. Yeah,
lovely.
Baby. Vinny's popping off. I'm loving this.
He was... Wow, that's a lot of kills. That's like, is that 7 kills in 2 rounds? Something like that?
Yeah.
Ooh, what is Joseph up to there? That is most unfortunate. But maybe exactly what Saw needed. That won't be. Vinny proving very difficult to deal with on this bomb site, just racking up the kills. Round after round, inviting them to the party as well. Just like that, we're down to Roman. He sees the barrel of Fallen's gun, but that might be the last thing he sees. Surely we don't get another knife kill. No, Bolt's not messing about. 14-7, just storming through the rounds now. Really swiftly are Imperial as we head towards a potential 3rd map.
After all that, Vinny now decides to switch to the Org, interestingly enough. You know what? The Org can be close monster if Vinny wants to play there. It can be a one-shot headshot. I always like to bring that up. You have to be basically in their face.
He wants to drill them even more.
Yeah.
Let's get that red dot going and absolutely rail them.
Showing he can use any weapon you give him, and he'll be good for you. I know the classic is Vinferno. Does Vinny pass work? It's a stretch.
Anything is possible.
Anything,
it's 2023.
Yeah, as long as I believe. As long as I believe.
Anything goes, any direction. Man like Vinny. B bomb site, he appears to be a brick wall as far as Saw making it to another round is concerned. Very, very strong. Just as we saw from Saw in the second half of Vertigo. A lopsided affair. The same is true here. Maybe even in more brutal fashion. Seen the blades coming out again. Well then, the margin for error is narrow for Saw. They've got the tools to do the job, but can they?
Ooh, look at this aggression. Multiple players into mid. Fallen goes off the angle, and I assume Cello was probably assuming it was clear. But no, not the case. Lovely little opener for Story. Oh, Yotta's close by here. No one's looking at long right now. Just heard some steps, but I think they are now looking back into his position. Elsewhere, Bolts is pretty isolated in connector. Not be an easy position to get out of, but he turns it into a double kill. Now that long player is starting to activate. He's not going to spot anyone in the back. The fact that Bolts gets away alive with 2 kills from connector, just so impressive there.
Yeah, it's just being so patient here. And it might pay off for him because there's no way Story looks behind him, making loads of sound as well, and immediately punished. The net gets ever tighter for Saw as their options are even more limited. Vinny and Bolts playing together, safe as houses. Jota still hanging out on long. No information towards toilets, but they'll be patient. 37 seconds, and they simply don't believe Saw could be going towards A. Have a look at this setup from Vinny and Bolts. Is he crouching? Is he about to stand and take a nasty angle towards short? I think he is, but just as the smoke goes, he's conceded a position now, and I was going to say things get awkward, but it's the bomb that's by the pillar. So many more targets in 10 seconds. Mataris does not want to die after time, and he won't. Game point for Imperial.
Looking very good for Imperial now on their map pick. This CT side, I think, has again just been flawless for them. This is almost like a complete run back of the first map. except it was obviously Saw winning their map pick, not dropping a CT round. Imperial want to do the same. We could have two very one-sided map picks going the way of each team, and that hopefully sets us up for a close decider. I think it's almost certain we will be going to Nuke at this point. Ooh, the nade will land onto Just. Now those M4s are a one-shot headshot against him. A long control is the answer for Saw. They just accelerate towards the bomb site. There's a chance the timing window works for them. Cello is still focused on short right now, so he could get wrapped if he's not careful. It's a much better position. At least he's not vulnerable, but the A site is lost. It's fully taken by Saw here. Oh, he has no idea. He's screwed. Bye-bye. And now surely a bomb plant.
So much money for Imperial. If they were to lose everything in this round, they would be fine. They're so close to the site as well. We can see Just lurking in short B, but I don't know that they're going to be saving anytime soon. Unbeknownst to them, Saul will be expecting them to go for this because they know that they're not running away. So they're trying to play the late game and emerge here, but still aren't going anywhere just yet, but they're still not winning the duels either. And now the urgency rises as Just is the only man. They haven't won a single duel on this retake sword. Just being distracted now as the round is robbed by Imperial. What a way to stamp your authority on Overpass.
Oh, it's such a dominant CT side, and that round didn't look winnable, but Imperial still make it happen, still make it work, and take us to that decider map. Both teams winning their map picks convincingly. That means we have to be separated by Nuke, and I don't really know how that's going to go, honestly. It's hard to get a read on things when the maps go like this.
Indeed. We'll talk more about Nuke after this break. Teams are going to go and get a breather, and so will we. See you back here in a few.
On a high tide. I've been going hard in the pain. I've been in the gym every day. Whole lot of wins on the way. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose. Pulling up and I don't hesitate. Gotta make a move, make a play. We don't fall off, levitate. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose.
Look, I need a shout, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax. I done ran low on my patience. Make sure my time isn't wasted. I told them all that I've been real. They know that I cannot face shit. Funny how none of this makes sense. Now that I'm up with an A-list. She tryna throw me the K now. Telling me happy belated. Got too much shit on my mind. I told my mama I'm fine. I told my girl that I'm stressed, but I'm gonna make it on time. I pray to God for these signs. He know how hard I done tried. Lately I'm looking for real shit, the things that my money can't buy. They don't understand how the shit goes. How they all use it to switch goals. How they all speed when they need some. Then when you need them and they gone ghost. They want the money in big roles. They use your name for a quick post. The same ones that told me to quit rap. I saw this shit, man, it gets sold. But for now I need a shout, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax. I need a shout, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax.
Some people love me, and they don't even know I have a hard time loving myself. Some people judge me, and they don't even know I have a hard time judging myself. Life gets ugly, but I got a paintbrush and paint a pretty smile on myself. Mouth stay shut even when I need help. In too deep in the water, Mike Phelps. Swimming lessons, I still got many unanswered questions. Sick of the anger, sick of depression. Wanna be great, count your blessings. Just give me my salad, you keep the dressing. Cause I'm cream of the crop. He paid the price, I'm worth a lot. He told me go, why would I stop? Rest on my thoughts, jump off the tire rope. D'Lo Brown with the frog splash. Leaps of faith, what I call that. If you hit my line for the old me, when I hang up on you, don't call back. I ain't gonna block my blessings.
My God, he's a viral! The best in the game!
Well, Overpass was close to half-time. It's a familiar story to Vertigo, really. It was close to half-time, and then it wasn't afterwards. Quite simply, night and day once again. Imperial storming with a flurry of rounds.
Kind of crazy how both maps play out so similarly, but that's how it goes sometimes. And now we have to look forward here, because there were some really promising signs from Imperial. Obviously, seeing that performance from Vinny was great. And Cello also, I think, delivered. I'm maybe a little surprised we didn't see more from Fallen, considering it is, you know, Overpass, a map where the AWPers often do well. I was just looking at the stats, and he had 9 flash assists, which is crazy impressive. So clearly more orchestrating the team. And now you get that Nuke decider where you've got to wonder how it feels for Saw after just, you know, winning that first map. You probably feel high, you feel great. And now you've got to make sure you don't let that map loss affect you in any way.
Yeah, I think if you've got, you know, if your map pool is somewhat limited at this level, then they might be used to the back and forth affair like this. So then again, maybe not. I think certainly it's going to be frustrating after the potential in terms of the scoreline at halftime to then just lose round after round. Feel like you were close and things aren't going your way. Like that 3K from Vinny on the B bomb site, especially in the second half, I think was a swinging point where they could have really turned things around there. And again, trying to pressurize the economy and so on, but not really being able to break it in the right way to start building something on their T side. Yeah, some opportunities were certainly missed, I'll say. So I'd imagine it probably was a bit frustrating for them, but I'm sure they've been here before. Deciding map is something that will have to be focused on now.
Yeah, and it's quite funny. These teams played a best of one almost a year ago. That time it was over on Dust 2, which we don't even have as an option anymore. But I like Nuke as a middle ground for these two teams. Imperial have mostly been playing against the South American competition recently, but they've been beating almost everyone on this map on Nuke. So that's really promising signs from them. Whereas for Saw, they've been getting some decent wins on this, honestly. They have a couple of wins against Spirit under their belt, a win against Endpoint and Fours. So I think they've got a pretty good resume, and this just makes sense as the decider map for me. I don't think there'll be a clear weak team. It should be a much more competitive map than those first two, which is what we want to see.
Yeah, I would certainly hope so. So yeah, we'll soon find out if they can do that. In fact, we're going to head to a break right now. When we're back, we'll have that deciding map of Nuke. We'll see you on the other side.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Hello, I'm Vili, 23, and I play for Imperial. Watching Imperial is like watching an old movie that you like. Brazilians have a lot of love for them, so I think everyone just wants to watch him succeed. And I think we are in good shape right now to make the fans really happy.
Some stuff that people don't know about my teammates is the fact that Boats is a hard guy to sleep with. He's snoring a lot every time. So luckily this time we don't have him in my room. Vini, always with this type of humor, very toxic humor, making daddy jokes sometimes makes me feel like an old guy.
My team is green flags. I don't know, I think we have a lot of experience and we know how to work with each other. So I think in that department we don't have a lot of problems.
And also we have Jota, new guy into the team, talks a lot, wants to phrase a question, phrase a sentence, goes over and over, cycling over the same sentence. But it's a cool guy nonetheless. And to finish it up, we have Cello. He doesn't practice the same way he plays the tournaments, because when he's going to play the tournaments, he puts his face very close to the monitor. But on practice, he doesn't do it. So we never know if the practice are good or not, because he's not putting his face in the monitor.
My team's worst habit? Maybe complaining a little bit, but we do that a little bit on practice, but I think everyone does, so it's not a big deal.
You should pick Imperial as winners of the group, because so far in 2023, we have been unstoppable in South America. Is that enough? We will see.
So yet again, I've been tasked with finding out who here in Malta has an idea of who's going to win ESL Pro League Season 17. And I'm guaranteeing you there's more gamers around than they'll let be on. So let's see if we can find someone who has the proper answer. Do they get anything if they win that? Absolutely not. But it'll be fun and a fun journey nonetheless. Let's go. Are you from Germany too?
Yes, I'm from Germany.
Which parts?
Near Cologne.
You're from near Cologne, you say? Well, that's interesting. We go there a lot for the Intel Extreme Masters. Oh, I see what's going on here. Now look at that cast right there. Henry G, if you could cast half as good as that, then I don't need to finish that. Winning ESL Pro League, who's going to win it? There's no wrong answers.
Winning what, sorry?
ESL Pro League.
Actually, I have no sense for this. I don't know.
No, I think the truth is no one knows who's going to win. That's kind of the beauty of it. So it seems like not everybody wants to tell me who they think is going to win ESL Pro League Season 17, but if there's one thing that man can rely on, it's my dogs. What's up, dog? How you doing? Yes. So you feel the same way about how Eternal Fire has performed here, yeah? So look, man, I know you got to get back to casting here. Do you know who's going to win Pro League? No one tells me on the whole island. So do you know who wins?
Complexity.
Got me with that one. Oh, go for it. That's a good one. You're coming in with something this time. So Fnatic, are they going to make it through? Didn't like that one. Who do you got, man?
Oh, Team Liquid wins.
I think it's pretty simple. I happen to agree with that, actually. No favoritism here at all.
Jack agrees as well.
Jack, appreciate your time, Jack. Put it there, Jack. Got a real simple question for you, okay? I know you're not a man of many words. In fact, it seems as though you have your hands full. Something fishy about that, I gotta be honest with you. But I wanna know from you, who wins ESL Pro League Season 17?
Complexity.
What'd you say?
Complexity.
Oh, Team Complexity. That's crazy, man. Well, again, you look pretty busy. I'll let you go. Thanks. I've traveled near and far. I've looked low, but mostly high. And still, no one can tell me who wins ESL Pro League Season 17. Surely, the more my hunt continues, the more likely it is that I find someone that will tell me the proper answer. There's probably some good ones around here somewhere. Do you know who wins ESL Pro League Season 17? Counter-Strike?
I don't, I'm afraid.
Do you know who's going to win ESL Pro League, though?
What is that?
ESL Pro League, Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Video games. What is that? Oh, don't know what that is.
Well, cheers. Have a good evening. They have no idea. I have no idea. Does anybody know who wins Pro League?
When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hey, my reflection, when I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason. Just hope I feel better. Don't know the reason. Just hope I feel better. I just hope I feel better.
I go home when I win. I'm alone when the wind blows. And I won't lie. Oh, I'm hoping I get advances. This increases chances. My life is like a prom, but there ain't no dances. I'm standing in this hall getting funny glances. I was raised as a youth, but was missing parents. I was raised by my granny. Shit, I miss my granny. Hardly raised by my daddy, but I miss my daddy. Wasn't raised by my mother, but I miss my mother. I ain't get to know my mother, but I actually loved her. Strange. I made the studio my home. Every time I touch a microphone, I'm at home. Every time I hear a metrodome, I get in the zone. Every time I get into the zone, I'm usually all alone. Home, it's where the heart is, pop. It's where an art is, usually goes the heart is, pop. It's where an art is, showing them that you are hip-hop. Long as you finish, doesn't matter where you started. I'm home. When I win, I'm alone. When the wind blows, and I won't lie. Oh, at home, I get home, go home.
Final and deciding map then to find out who presses forward and who goes down into the losers bracket, the lower bracket as you call it. In fighting games we call it the losers bracket because you've lost a match, although on this occasion, triple elimination, you've lost 2 matches and it's the end of the line if you lose a third one. Going 0-3 would be rough indeed.
Yeah, that would be tough. I want it to be, I don't think it should be the mid bracket. I think we should have the losers bracket is the mid bracket, and then the lower bracket is the losers bracket, because you're a massive loser at that point.
Massive losers bracket.
That's what I want.
That. You're a fat loser.
Well, one of these teams is going to be in that position. Who is it going to be, though? It is Imperial, starting on T side. They got themselves some utility, as you need nowadays on the T-side pistols. It's a nice smoke and molly combo, and a little vent dive. That's got Saw thinking about something.
Got them bouncing their way over to the ramp now, Imperial. But will they be headed towards B, or will they be headed towards Heaven, perhaps? We can see Story on the outside, and now things are getting awkward for Fallen, carrying the bomb. Look at just fire off those shots. 2v3. Make it 3v1 then, because Vinny will be alone. He did so much work on that B bomb site on Overpass, and he's got much work to do here. He needs to rescue the bomb as well. And being exposed in the ramp, that's going to be so difficult. You can see Story jiggling, Matyrus headshotting, Saw winning the pistol.
Yeah, I thought Imperial might have a pretty good chance there once they got that vent drop early. Felt like that could have been an ability to start to wrap that B site, try and get those players through ramp. But they just weren't really able to get through that ramp position as easily as they would have wanted. They tried to push into Hell. Ujux was cleared out eventually at that back ramp position, but the flank was pretty unfortunate there for Imperial, and it allowed the CTs to just come in and retake that position. And now it is just those default pistols in play. I mean, I feel like Nuke is probably the hardest map, or one of the hardest maps, to just have 5 Glocks. Like, I don't really know what you can do. I feel like you just try and rush ramp normally.
Yeah, I feel like
mowed down.
You might run into a crossfire and ramp. Sometimes you won't, and if you don't, then surely you can trade the kill. Maybe you get a bomb plant. So wouldn't be surprised for it to be a very common affair. If you can afford the smokes, maybe you go secret. That's a big if, though.
Big if.
Looking at the numbers for Nuke. 70%, 10 maps played, saw. 86%, 7 maps played. 86% is a very big number. It really is. So, sounds like Saw will be up against it. I won't scan through the caliber of opponent, but it shows promise for Imperial. But again, Saw aren't too far behind. But again, like 86% over 70 is quite significant. Subject to sample size. Asterisks.
Yeah, I think it's just interesting when you get a matchup like this, because Imperial, I'm pretty sure, have just almost only been playing against South American teams before this event. So you never really know what to take from that. I think South America as a region is getting much, much stronger, much, much deeper. So I feel like if I were to favor a team, I'd maybe give Imperial the slight edge.
Alrighty.
It's hard to know. It's hard to know when you get, you know, South American teams coming over against the European squads. This is the chance with the AKs. They've got a few smokes available. Those will be used towards Yard. Got to make sure those smokes are all on point. Indeed, they will be. No cross yet. Elsewhere, just taking a ton of damage towards Squeaky. Imperial really taking their time here. They might not actually cross behind these smokes. Wonder if they're going to set up a split towards A. Well, maybe not, because they've lost lobby. This is a slow round from Imperial, and they've got to be careful here.
Oh, that's not an easy frag to get for Vinny. Ujex has the angle, doesn't have the AK, of course, but still, he did have the some advantages there. Either way, that's a very important kill for Imperial. That said, they're heading towards 35 seconds on the clock. Yes, they've got a 5 versus 4, but this could easily go wrong with the time they have afforded to them. Story with a big headshot. Scout delivering. 20 seconds now, 4v4 for Imperial. I don't know if they're going to have the time to properly clear a bomb site here. That's going to be the problem. Story again with the Scout. Spotting players making their way towards B. And Just is waiting. He's got 19 HP, but he has the correct angle, or does he? Talk about saving the day. Ooh. Maybe there's still a day to be saved, because Mutaris has found 2 immediately.
He lined up for him there. Now Fallen sat back towards double doors. What a shot from Fallen. That puts them into a good position. His teammate also fighting. All headshots delivered in the 2-on-3. Fallen and Cello combine. Lovely work there from those two to pull that one through, because as you were saying, it looked like Imperial were just leaving themselves with too little time, but they just about get that bomb down, able to come through in the post plant.
On the scoreboard then. Imperial. AWP out for Story. Sora spent all the money in this round. They better find success quickly. Story going down the vent with the AWP then. I feel like you could still miss a shot on the ladder in the vent if somebody ran through there. Maybe he's got the knife out. He's headed a bit further down, of course. Just has got an awkward situation on the way now with Vinny just waiting for him. Off the side of the hut he goes, and they just don't have the equipment to deal with Vinny. These ranges are not favorable versus Vinny with an AK-47.
Oh man, Vinny continuing that fine form at the end of Overpass into this map. He just single-handedly walks through Squeaky. No one on his team there to help him. He finds all 3 entries. Jux has got into an awkward position on the site. He could line up a couple, but he needs to do so much more. Even the 2K, not really enough. Story run down at the end, despite landing the shot. It wasn't a critical blow. And Imperial, well, I don't know if they've had to do much strategically here. They've just been landing some really crisp shots.
That was a fantastic position from Vinny, though. And just dealt with the rest. Didn't have the tools for the job. When Vinny came calling, debt collector came up with empty pockets, and they were punished. And now things looking even emptier for Saw. P250 and a bunch of USPs. Well, now we have to wonder how difficult this CT half is going to look for Saw. Come under adversity early, money broken very early indeed. And again, there'll be so much pressure to get not one but multiple rounds once they get back to winning ways, if they get back to winning ways. Timing in CSGO, eh? There were 3 people there a second ago.
Oh, the molly's nice, though. That's good. Don't run into a stack of loads of USPs sitting around that corner. I feel like he could be in trouble here, Yotta, if he's not careful. I like that he's gone towards the vents. You're back to something safe. Now, the rest of the team are also coming down lower, so they will run into the stack. Still very difficult for the CTs to get a massive amount done here. They're actually going to move forward. And that won't work out for them. Well played between the Imperial players. Jerks will try and tuck in, but Imperial not just running in willy-nilly, overlooking these possible players that could still be here. I think that means Jerks should be cleared out eventually. Indeed, he will be. Imperial about to take the lead. Okay, Fallen. Just the USP. Why not? Give him a little slap in the face.
Game on then. And this is still not going to be the ideal round from Saw. This is why it's so rough for them. The FAMASs have to come out plural. We have a trio of FAMASs just for utility. No AWP to be found either. So this has quickly turned extremely dire for Saw on their CT side. But let's see if they can prevail here. They had trouble with the MP9s once Vinny got into a position behind that smoke in the vents on the last buy round. They can avoid any nightmares like that, then they could still have a better time of things with these FAMASs.
They damage onto just early. Still no kit in play for Saw, despite going so heavily for the utility. So they will need to hold on to their bomb sites, or at least get into a favorable position on these earlier trades. Some utility being lined up, but most of the Imperial players positioned towards Yard. Turris might try and see if he can get a nice angle. I don't think he'll stray too far, though, especially with the FAMAS. There's also no real support for him on Yard. Oh, he goes up. Good time for the first dink onto both players. But look at the response from Imperial.
It's still on a knife edge, though. Story and Ujax have got work to do. 2v3, surely they try and do something. It's an eco either way. They're so tagged.
The call to go to A looks really nice for Imperial, though. They've still got a couple of smokes for the post plant as well. And now you hear the bomb plant. What do you do if you Saw here? Thing is, there's still a nade, there's still an incendiary. You just have a little look, put those in the right place. That might be enough alone.
Oh, 3 in the red now. That HG surely manages to escape smoke up. They are narrowly deterring Saw from continuing to push this one. No kit won't help either. Trying to squeeze anything out of this one, but he will be unable to do so, Story. Now, that money's in a tempting position, but I would imagine they wait for a full buy with the AWPs in the next round and pick up some pistols, maybe an SMG if they think they've got the money. But I think forcing it around here and not getting that full buy would just set them even further back on paper.
Yeah, I'd agree. And I think it is good they take the tactical timeout now. If there was any question as to what they were going to buy, just take a timeout, have a little more time to talk it through. And then you can also talk about the upcoming gun round, which should be with the AWP, with the proper full nades, assuming they do go for the save here. A pretty rough start. And initially we saw Imperial come through more with just individual plays. Individuals stepping up. that's around where the mid-round call is what made the difference. If they had gone down and committed to B, they would have been in trouble. But they make the right decision to come back up to A. Saw lacked the information. And Saw can still do a decent job in this round with the weaponry they have. Nuke is actually brought down very low. But the rest of the team keeping good cash behind. No good on the nades this time. But Vinny out through door again. Down to 7 health, but he's got the pick and the drop down to lower. Oh, that's just 2 in the open from Muterus. Nothing he can do. Looks like it might be easy pickings for Imperial again.
Using the time they have afforded to them. They know Saw have to take risks if they want to make something from this one, but they've... Well, there was a moment of time where Roman and the bomb were very close to each other. Now Roman is gone. I really wonder how U-Jerks came up with the name U-Jerks. Guess someone called him a jerk.
He likes jerk chicken. Who knows?
Possibly.
There's so many possibilities.
Cocoa bread. Shout outs to Bagel King.
Oh, nice. Yeah, this is looking very solid for Imperial. And I think we could get more of the mid-round calls once Falling starts to get a feel for how Saw are playing. Maybe the AWP can be the difference for Saw, though. Again, no kit for them. I guess Story wants to keep a bit of money in the bank. But got to keep that in mind. If there is a quick bomb plant in this round, could be an issue. Still one smoke there towards Yard early. And Imperial may be switching up the pace here. They are putting a lot of utility into this A site. Ooh, maybe it's a fake.
Feels like it took so long for Saw to get back to a buy like this. Got to be nervous when you're holding that incendiary and Vinny's are all running into the A-bomb site like that. Very scary indeed. Seeing more and more of that. Reminds me to some degree of people like Kika on Overpass Monster. A little bit. Not entirely. Imperial just showing some threats around A. So we saw Matyrus pick this dry. It's possible his teammate, if he has the right position, throws a flash above him as well. And Imperial are getting into very dangerous positions. But oh god, Vinny's found both of them. He's found 2. That pulls Matyrus away from Secret as well. Imperial, they're so bunched together. Look at the trade fragging opportunities they have as they approach whatever site they want to now. I don't see how Saw can possibly come back from this.
Maybe time is the only way. 25 seconds. Muterus would have to go massive. They're spread apart, but Yota wins the fight anyway. Takes the dink, replies with the AK headshot. Says, I've got the better gun. Sorry, not sorry. Saw surely out of this round at this point. That one fight is the decisive one. Just when Saw try and make a proactive play, I mean, the way they push door there, it almost lines up perfectly for Vinny, who's just been fantastic. I love when we see Vinny at this level. Makes it really hard for Saw to try and bounce back with some aggression, with some map control. It's not easy when you're that solo player towards lobby to hold on to it. But Vinny's doing an incredible job right now.
Vinny is having a fantastic day, as you mentioned. He really is so dangerous on the CT side on the prior map. And those are just impact frags. Those are round-changing impact frags. Now, this is a very bad situation for Saw. A very bad situation. They had to wait so many rounds, like suboptimal buy rounds and then ecos, half buys in between to get to that round, to get to a 4 buy with an AWP, only to lose 2 to Vinny. Have a look at that crouch peek as well with the gun going through the wall. easily dealt with by Vinny anyway. And it just puts them so far back, it's not even funny. Like, this is a very worrying situation for them. And it might be that they don't need the AWP to win some rounds on the CT side. If they can win this round some way, they can take Fallen's one, maybe. But as an indicator of health, we haven't seen enough of it in this half, which is the ideal buy they want. And I'm quite nervous about what the score might be at halftime, the way things are going for Saw right now.
Yeah, that's definitely a fear right now. I'm pretty sure that was back-to-back timeouts from Saw. So they really are just making sure they have everything nailed down right now. And I guess it makes sense. It's just been so flat for them. Haven't been able to really compete early in these rounds. Haven't been getting into dangerous scenarios. Imperial will feel pretty chilled out right now. They haven't had to be stressed too much in these scenarios. So let's see if Saw have the adaptation. Couple of kits this time. So the retake's more of a possibility. This is a nice angle from Muterus. Sometimes can go overlooked. Imperial, though, not wrapping towards main right now. Happy to take their time again. It's worked out pretty well for them in the previous rounds. Slowly working the map for the opening picks. Saw's utility is running a little short, specifically on smokes and incendiaries. So if there were an A play, for example, it wouldn't be that easy for Saw to respond with the counter utility you would want. Instead, it looks like ramp will be tested. This is a nice angle from you, Jerks. You can drop down pretty quickly if needed. Just now repositioning because he's got Rotate arriving at the right time. There's a player in hell to help. Story goes down, though, so you, Jerks, has to just get away with one frag.
A lot of sound cues for Ujerx. He will need to deliver here. Avoiding the flash, but not getting the frag. Roman's on the low ground as well. Mutaris isn't too far behind, but he doesn't have the angle as Jota comes back to see what's up and almost threatens to go back again, but just made quite a few steps there. That didn't quite work out for him. Jota's going back again. You can see the body language on the cameras and the way those frags went. This is a situation where nothing is going the way of Saw. 2-7 on the CT side of Nuke on the deciding map is really, really, really rough. Again, I mean, they could even win this round with some 5-7s and a bit of Kevlar here and there, but even if that were to happen, like, we've barely seen, I don't think we've seen any success that they could even replicate so far into another round.
Yeah, not really. Hasn't felt like it. And for Imperial, that's a nice round. You get into the 4v4 and you just put the stress onto that player who goes down to B. As soon as he loses that fight, he knows he's put his team in a problematic position. Roman's going to steal an AK for now and hit a headshot. He's only got 3 bullets there, so it might be time to turn back. The 3v3 that is at least somewhat doable. It's been a 7-round streak for Imperial. Saw won the pistol. They haven't done anything once we've hit the gun rounds. Could really do with this round win. That boost back to heaven means Roman can maybe be the first responder towards ramp, but I don't know if Roman gets there in time. Pretty sure Imperial already have that ramp control. Oh, the silence is deafening. Just have no information right now.
If in doubt, send in Vinny. Now, Saul will be praying that Imperial take a fair amount of time. But of course, risk can be taken in. Vinny is just waiting like a sub-boss. Absolutely punishing. Like he's straight out of Dark Souls. Mutaris can try and find a rifle somewhere, I suppose. outside of that, not much else to be doing here, really. Off he goes. That AK could be the difference maker, but what can Saul really do to turn things... I don't even know if turn things around is the right phrase, just to give themselves a chance. Vinny is such a problem in so many different ways as well. Let's not forget that first round by the T-Vent, waiting for the smoke to dissipate, that massive headshot, then by Squeaky just inside. The CT's pushing for info, punishing them for doing so, changing up his strats and delivering time after time. I've no doubt he'll continue to be an issue for them, as he was here. Protecting that bomb planter as the time was low.
Vinny's got 5 opening kills in the first 10 rounds. That is crazy impressive. That's what you were saying earlier. It's been impact frags from Vinny. It's not just been anti-eco kills or anything like that. Here is Muteris getting into Secret. Had to trade half his health for it, though. Shallower smokes in, a nade even towards Muteris. Wonder if he considers dropping back now. It's still sketchy. I think he has got back safely. Still the yard control, though, for Imperial there. Especially with Muteris so low, he's had to drop all the way back. Imperial feeling pretty comfy here. Again, the aggression into Vinny. Again, Vinny denies them.
Unstoppable with the entries is Vinny. If he doesn't go to them, they come to him. And the result is always the same. Looking to harass towards Squeaky now. That X-ray is terrifying. The Roman will finally deal with him. And that's just Vinny. In the meantime, his teammates have been taking liberties with map control elsewhere. You can see Cello heading towards CT spawn. U-Jerks can't quite make the connection there. Has to concede his position. Only sees one player. What of the rest of the team? There are 40 seconds. They could go anywhere they want at this point, it feels like.
Yeah, the T's have so much control here. I mean, you see Bolts with that bomb, but he's got to get it to a bomb site here. Story is holding heaven. That's where the bomb is positioned right now. The head spotted. That is not an easy shot to hit, and Story has to tuck back. But it's Roman who could be in trouble. Down to 6 health. Story here alongside him. Shot landed. Bomb will finally go down, and Cello up on the site, hits the first, reposition, unexpected, Cello once more, he's out of ammo, it has to be the Glock, no scope landed, but it's Bolts who has the chance, he's stuck on the site, Story still with the AWP in play, Bolts on that AK. Looking both ways here, but Story will start to close the gap. Time against him. AWP still in hand here. He's going for it, but Bolts hits the spray down, and Imperial can't lose right now.
Wild action on the hut. Would have been quite spectacular had he not run out of bullets, but went for the burst fire with the Glock at the end. At that range, it still wasn't enough. Maybe shooting his own feet, but the score continues to be extended by Imperial. 9-2. On their T side is pretty damn solid, and once again we'll have some shortcomings in the buy from Saw. The MP9, the FAMAS, the AWP will be here though. Mutyrus taking the fight to the squad. Looking for Vinny, finding Jota, and Bolts will pick up the slack. Everything changing now. Fallen holds the angle, bomb planted. Story can stay there if he wants, but he won't win the round. 2 versus 4 for Saw. The timing for Fallen, unbelievable. So much experience. And again, they tried to bring the fight to Imperial this time, and they only have 1 frag to show for it.
It's just been flawless in the gun rounds. They've been unstoppable. The aggression from Saw never effective. Imperial go for a faster play of their own, which basically just runs into the aggression from Saw. Uterus may be successful on the save, but these are small silver linings at this point. 10 in a row for Imperial. This rolled so quick out through Squeaky. Those 2 hut players basically caught in no man's land because they got denied on their aggression. They don't have good positions or crossfires to deal with. Saw with that single rifle that was saved and some pistols. It's tough because normally in a round like this, you try and free up, and it's just a similar play from Imperial. They're down the vents immediately.
Storming. They're doing whatever they want at this point. They're doing whatever they want. Fast moving. And it's not even that chaotic, it feels it because of how fast things are, but the result is always the same. Story moving forward with the P250. Josa has an angle. There are mollies if they can find an angle. I don't know if they can, really. I heard a smoke get dropped as well. And then there was Roman. Speed run from Imperial as Saw cannot mount a defense. The walls are being kicked down time and again. 13-4-5 is Vinny. He's in turbo mode. As they are finding it so hard on this CT side, Saw.
Just got to look at the money on the Imperial side, and it gives you a good indication of how this game has been going. Almost all in 5 digits on the cash. Early utility to deny the fast play. I'm still just so impressed how crispy Vinny's aim has been looking. I love it. So there's a little gap in that smoke, but Imperial sitting back in their own territory initially. Smoke will now land towards Yard. Second one to follow. Not sure that smoke has landed exactly where it was meant to. Or maybe it has. Looks like it is covering off completely. There we go. It's all good. No gaps. And that allows Imperial to start to cross towards Garage if they want to. Can't really get down secret with those smokes. And, oh, wow. Story has just got the opening pick on Yard there. Okay.
Ooh.
Spots a second. Oof. Yeah, the up's still there, Bolts. Gotta be careful.
Don't know what to expect from Saw's T side. But the 5 versus 4 is promising at the very least. Imperial have not been shy for a slow round though, and things are getting really slow now as we head towards the 25-second mark. 2 up towards A, 2 down towards B. Bolt's looking to creep in. Not a favourable duel for him though. Now surely they try and go for kills here, Imperial. Vinny's got 15k. He needs to just frag as many of the 4 players as they can. Doesn't matter if they die after time. Just try and take some more weapons away. 3rd round on the board then for Saw. A long time coming, but perhaps too late.
Yeah, it took them losing 11 rounds in a row to finally respond. Not a good look. I think for Imperial, they maybe got a bit lost there in the mid-round. Didn't seem to have a clear end goal, clear end outcome. I want to make sure they go ahead and tighten the ship here into the last round of the half. Is going to be the standard play towards lobby, just a default setup from Imperial. Making sure they can catch out potential CT aggression. Double nade stack lined up here. I don't think this will land onto Just. Ooh. Yeah, not too much damage done on towards him. Able to dodge them. Ooh, still not getting that info. Oh, he'll get a kill instead. Doesn't need the info. The smoke's denied. Peter is able to give his team the early edge. Such a slow cross. Oh, man. Wonder if
We've seen
there are
so
any
many
blood
different
splatters
looks.
they can spot.
We've seen so many different looks from Imperial in this half. Waiting for a flank is Fallen. Waiting for some curiosity, some concern. All 4 towards B then, and again the clock is slow. Let's not forget we had 2 players trying to poke into A last time, although Saw will be more confident about the status of main. Story makes his way over. They have one smoke, which could be for a desperation plant at this point, Imperial. And I think maybe the pace is slowed down a bit too much for them here, where they will be sitting ducks, gifting another round to Saw. So it will be 4 at half-time. A nightmare of a half for Saw, but maybe they can claw things back in their T side. We will find out shortly.
Hand on the game, we are not playing the same. No, we not looking to change. Hand on the wheel, they think we lacking the drive. Boy, you should stay in your lane. Foot on the gas, I do not care if I crash, long as I stick to the plan. What is the plan? I cannot lie for none of you, long as I know who I am. I'm in control, God got his hand on my soul. And if I land and he got the remote, made it as far as a miracle, miracle. Anything less is cynical, cynical. Staying true, I can't lie in your interview. Tell the truth while you lie with your interview. And your acting is so hypocritical. In control, nothing more, this is minimum. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a bad when I'm in my bag. No, no, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No, no, no. When I'm on drive, I'ma lose control. Hand on the game, I'ma lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, I'ma lose control.
On a mission, on the move, gotta go, no, no. Ain't no time to waste my time. We don't slow down. You can at me in dimensions, big dog in dimensions. We be aiming for the fences. I'm in a different dimension. Why y'all be riding the benches? Y'all could just go through the tension.
My God, he's a firework! The best of the game!
Saw have it all to do on their second half here after a roaring start to Nuke by Imperial. Vinny instrumental in being a human can opener. On the T side, they come with the lion's share of rounds. I feel like it could have been more than 11, but 11 it will be. Saw this pistol round will be crucial for them. And they'll have to deal with 7 pistols on the 5 Imperial players because the Julies are out not once, but twice.
Double stack into ramp. Oh, Cello tried to transfer, but didn't take down either of those 2 players. So Saw might have the best chance to win this pistol that they needed. 5 on 2, thanks to that kill. Bolt's able to get 1 back, but the Saw player's looking so much sharper here on this pistol. Just Vinny remaining. One being planted on that far side, so no chance to deny. That means he needs to pull off something special to win this pistol.
He's just being careful. Looked like he wanted to hunt there, but Vinny was the problem in the first half. He'll be stopped in the first round and the second at the very least. Lightning fast round from Saw. They were ready for that one. Nothing but headshots at the beginning. Imperial getting utterly blown up. For those of you unfamiliar, wondering why they're jumping around, the first player wants to create space for the guys behind him by taking the crosshair away so we don't get them all popped with quick headshots by the CT side. So sometimes your job is to die there or to stay alive for as long as possible, jumping backwards. Hitbox for the head is worse at the back than it is at the front, or better maybe, depending on your perspective. Anyway, Imperial have gone for the force buy on their CT side. Fallen's very far back with the scout. The 5-7s and Desert Eagles will be dangerous as well. And now it's Saw's turn in the driving seat.
See, Jota is jump peeking around that door position. So he's kind of hitting his head and will very quickly drop down if a peek comes around the corner. Just playing for info here. He's actually now holding this angle properly with the dig. So wants to get a little kill before any sort of fall back. Currently the only player down on this B site and not able to land the initial shot. That means Ujax will put him to bed. Cello trying to respond from ramp, but he's not here quickly enough. B site has fallen a little too fast for Imperial, and Fallen getting barbecued means that Imperial won't really have any chance in this one.
Yeah, not much else for Vinny and Bolts to do. Maybe steal a weapon. Seem to be in good enough spirits. I would love to see the statistics for recent CT second round force buys after losing the pistol. Because at least I haven't witnessed so many successes there. And I'm not the statistician to see how the slightly extra money would pay out in the long term. But Vinny's been able to rescue a scout, which will be fun, and a round with not much to lose. This could be quite entertaining for Fallen indeed, at least briefly.
Well, work to be done for Saw, but here's the start that they needed. And just the players look completely unleashed, completely different at the start of this T side. That's got to continue. Again, those 3 smokes down. Allow safe passage towards Secret. That's when the CTs are forced to respond in some way. See, right now on the minimap, no CT players down towards that lower side of the map. And if this is a round where they take that risk, not rotating anyone behind, this will be easy for Saw. Oh, finally a rotate now, but it's Cello with the USP, solo holding B. That's tough. I think he just shot a hole in the door.
Oh, that's awkward. Oh, that aim punch. Not very nice at all. Jota will be resetting for some exits later on, as will Vinny. So we'll soon see what the first buy will look like for Imperial, but Saw have made the deficit a lot more reasonable indeed. So now we wonder, sometimes things can work out in reverse. In terms of the nightmare Saw had on the CT side, perhaps the T side will be a dream. It's a promising start certainly, but the real game begins once both squads have their first full buy. And we have to also mention just how bad it was at the beginning for Saw. In the first 7 rounds, I feel like we had 2 full buys from them, roughly. Maybe the same will be true of Imperial. We'll see what their first one looks like.
It looks like they are missing that AWP right now. Vinny could buy it, but he goes for his good old AUG instead. So happy to go with just the rifles for now on the Imperial side. The utility is there though, that's the main thing. You need these early incendiaries to stop plays towards yard, plays towards the A site. Let's see how Saw decide to approach this round, because they've stuck with the Galils here. Even though they had a ton of cash, they want to keep their economy strong. They've only decided to stick with a single AK into this round.
Got some Molotovs being lined up for the A-bomb site. What is the vision like outside, though, for Imperial? Are they being sold a fake on A while the bomb heads elsewhere? You can see Bolts is super focused. Will they be wrapping into main? No, they're headed downstairs, but there are two players here waiting for Imperial. They spotted the bomb as well, but Tyrus has such an awkward fight as Joseph tries to escape the Molotov. He's seen two, though, and suddenly things are awkward for Saw. What is the decision-making like at this point in the round? Vinny is still alive. Cello trying to defend B. He'll be hurt, rotating back. That's a big frag for Roman, though, especially when it's Vinny. Bomb planted up top, it seems.
And Fallen will try and be the first responder, but only a dink lands onto Roman. 2 players low. Cello might be aware of that, but even if you are, it's so hard when you know you're coming into multiple different angles. So Cello decides to call this round off. Saw able to secure an 8th round. And you see the position that Jota's playing down towards B. He's far back on that angle on the stairs so that he can spot players who are looking towards the decon side instead. But it's still really hard to play that position with an M4 because you need the double dink. And you're very committed. It's very hard to fall back. So you saw the trade happen, and then the T's were able to kind of use that as misdirection because it's such a committed position. Once he goes down, Imperial are a bit scared of that B site. Ends up being the A play instead. And now we definitely have a game on our hands here.
Thank God. Things turned around dramatically from that pistol. Saw came in there to make a statement, and they've continued in that fashion. Things have become a lot more interesting now. Fallen on the AWP in a round such as this, where the team is lacking, is the Fallen that you want to see. Mataris will be the first one to get dropped. Fallen's out of there, completely rotated the position of that AWP. Saul will struggle to respond to this immediately, but Vinny might be in a tough spot. No one covering him, but it's Fallen again in the middle of the site. Now Bolts with the Deagle. You can see the patience there. He was trying to get as much from that as he could. The AWP was so committed to that bomb site that now Jota is alone. 1 versus 3. Looking for a weapon elsewhere. I think he's dropped his MP9 early so as not to give a sound cue in this spot. Hold on a second. Oh, he doesn't have a kit. I don't think anything crazy will happen. If he did, though, then who knows?
And not meant to be this time, though. Will just be a pipe dream for Jota and Imperial, as Saw have got us to within 2 rounds. Man, this is wild. This whole series has been so strange. The fact that we had competitive first halves on both maps and then just 0 rounds won by either team on that second half on both maps. It's been a game where we've had some pretty big streaks of rounds won. Imperial started so strong here. They won all of their 11 rounds in a row in that first half. And now Saw is starting to come back into this one. We have got the AWP out for Fallen now, though. A little quiet as of late. Like to see if he can step up for his team here. Jota decides to go aggressive early. Look at the damage onto Mutaris. 8 damage down to 7 health.
Single digits, but still alive, still able to land a headshot. Will he find an angle on Fallen? Oh, he just starts running at the perfect time. Free information for Imperial, then Bolts can try to punish that. Very unlucky for Mataris. That could have been dramatically different. Great flashbang, and Fallen is here. That man is a cannon on wheels.
Oh man,
Fallen. Story.
Whew. That's such a risky position from Fallen, man. He gets the 3K, deciding to commit that heavily with the AWP. Crazy, crazy stuff. Let's see that again. Yeah, look at this. He commits to the box. I think so many other AWPers would not be willing to do that. But Fallen happy to do so. And that shows the value that his AWP can have for Imperial, stepping up for his squad when they needed him. Roman, just waiting. Oh wow, a quick cross this time from Saw. They want to bounce right back here, and the drop-down vents will also be useful. Cello currently alone towards B.
Roman on the way. Those doors open though. Well, never mind, Cello. It's got a very strong angle, considering the elevation as well. Roman knows what it means, but they will surround the site. Could have been 2 for Vinny. Well, for Imperial. Now, do they chase after this one in a 3 versus 4? Maybe if Jota catches somebody off guard on the ramp, they might consider it, but otherwise it could prove to be very expensive. Saw really trying to hold on where they can, and it's working. They're about to hit double figures.
And double digits will be confirmed. Just got to wait for that bomb at this point. And for Saw, a nice little pace change in that round. Down secret so quickly, testing what the reaction from Imperial would look like. It was the rotate down towards B, but it wasn't fully committed to the site. So Cello only able to get 1. At least able to save some guns on the Imperial side, though. So still well-equipped into round 23. Looks like we could finally have ourselves a map here, which comes down into the tight scenarios. Flash early from Just again. Some early map control being contested by Saw. It's Bolts who goes down early. He gets one back from beyond the grave, but Vinny could be isolated. The rotate's here. Just able to spray onto one. Cello peeks from heaven, but Story keeps his teammates safe. Another fast play from Saw, and Fallen up on the ladder. He must have seen that first man, but he's not ready for Just. Quick on the headshot. We are almost tied up here. There's only 1 round in it.
Saw off to the races with the send. Great cover for the guys holding grenades as well. As the peak came in from heaven, that was a pivotal frag. We see Imperial using a timeout for the first time now, as they have to try and stabilize here. They are having exactly the same problems that Saw had. Just being broken round after round. Now with this pause, I do wonder if we'll see a different look from Saw. Do something to catch Imperial off guard. But what of Imperial? How do they stop the bleeding? How do they stop the rotting from the core here? Because they're about to lose the lead if they can't make something happen a little bit different. Vinny continuing with the AUG on Nuke. I don't know how many kills Imperial have even had in this half, but it doesn't feel like that many. These rounds are coming in thick and fast for Saw. Fully equipped for some more action as we see the harassment towards main. I think we saw double incendiaries there maybe. Either way, Bolts will fall to the AK. Hot lead through his chest, and Vinny will soon go as well.
Damn, just so quick from Saw. I'm surprised it's these fast plays that are so consistently effective for them. Imperial have to figure that out here, especially towards that A-bomb site. Can't afford to lose the players so quickly like this. Fallen decides to stick around, putting that smoke in play, but I was going to say, there's no way you can go for this retake. Has to just drop back. I wonder if we see Fallen try and play towards A early in one of these rounds. Maybe having an AWP there could be useful on some of these early fights if they keep losing them. But now, though, looks like Saw may have found their way into this one. And Story even able to find an exit kill there. Another gun taken away from Imperial. That could make a difference. You only saved 2 now. Much harder to get the buy into the next.
This is crazy how lightning fast these rounds are coming in. Saw moving like Bullet Bill from Mario Kart. Now, are they going to continue doing the same and say to Imperial, give us a reason to stop doing this? The coordination seems insurmountable in the short term. But will they choose to change things up, reading more men sent into the A-bomb site by Imperial? What do you think?
Yeah, that might be something they talk about here. I think, again, it's always nice. You get to see Fallen on the cam just talking away to the team. Nice to have someone like him who's pretty calming presence. He knows when he needs to, you know, kick his team into gear, get them to figure it out. Definitely wouldn't mind seeing that AWP play towards the A site. It's just a bit awkward to know how to play it, you know. You can go for the peek into Hut, for example. It feels like such an all-in position. So let's see what Imperial decide to go for. They've still got solid utility. Got to use that to make sure they deny the early aggression that has been thwarting them. Ooh, that was an opportunity for Fallen. Quite able to land a shot this time, though. And again, fast group up from Saw, this time into ramp, which is actually wide open.
Oh!
Fallen's not expecting them.
Trying to hold down too many jobs there. Lucky to be alive at that point. Door of opportunity is open for Cello. Jota will show presence first, hiding behind the smoke now. That will ruin the timing if more is to come this way. But as we can see on the X-ray, more players are upstairs than down. Ult still has Vinny in tow, who's back on the M4A4 rather than the York. This might work out for her, actually. It can be a little awkward sometimes, but the AK from Roman will be traded at least. Balls dropping the bomb now. Has he done enough? That multi-frag, so important. 3 on 4, Fallen still alive after the damage he took earlier on. Ujerks going into main. The retake is on, but for how long? We can see Heaven. Fallen has a presence there. Jota going wide to spot Ujerks. Not too close. That is a really smart peek from him. Just in the clutch now. But that smoke is up. Fallen still alive. I thought he'd die on that drop. 4 HP. Must know his numbers. And finally, Imperial have won a round on the CT side.
Finally able to get something going here. Hasn't been a good CT half for them. Again, it was the fast play early that looked like it could have been a little sketchy, but it works out okay. Fallen got out alive. They're able to successfully retake that A-bomb site after winning on the initial trades. Bolt stepping up with that important double kill to put them into that advantageous position. Now the question is, can they keep it up? Still anyone's game here. Still loads of money for Saw. You're not going to be breaking them anytime soon. So pressure is on Imperial somewhat. We've got some fast nades again from Saw into the A site. Flash is coming. Vinny this time stepping up. Jota alongside him. Roman trying to trade, but it might not be enough. That bomb has dropped pretty far away. They've got to get some kills back, but they're not going to be able to do so. This time Imperial stops Saw in their tracks. And it looks like they may have found the answer here as they find 14.
The rounds keep going as fast as they were before, but now the winner is changing. Imperial, with their backs to the wall after 2 timeouts, have found a way to take the reins once again. 2 rounds ahead of Saw, 2 rounds away from the series and avoiding the lower bracket for now at the very least. Dying rounds of Nuke now. Both teams on the bye. Saw might be in trouble if they don't get a bomb plant in this one, though. Also be in trouble if they lose the round.
Ooh, look at this from Ujerks. Quick flank into main. Could this be unexpected? No one's really looking here right now. Vinny in the hut itself, but he's not ready for the pace of Just. Look at all those kills in the kill feed. It's Saw out on top onto the A site. Can Imperial go for this retake? I don't know. This is not an easy one.
Even with a team kill, they are still a man to the good. Hold on a second. Oh, if he had saved his teammate there, who knows? But I think that frag might be a difference between pushing and saving. That entry in the hut position, those entries rather, because there was more than one, but that first one, so fast, so violent, no slow moving in Counter-Strike. Just bursting, surging onto the bomb site. Really hard to deal with. Very high skill ceiling in CSGO. Such freedom of movement as well. But anyway, what is the impact of that on Imperial? Like, if it goes to 14 apiece, the impact on their economy will come at the worst possible time. This is a must-win round for Imperial. If they are to lose it, they have to keep at least 3 players alive. Very, very dicey situation now for both squads as the money starts to run low for Saw as well. This must be the swing round of the entire series.
A huge round here. Smokes down early. Muteris not wasting any time on the yard play. Even with those closer smokes, he rushes down Secret. Was a player there on the CT side, so he won't be able to take full control. It is an advanced position early for Saw. We'll see how they decide to work with this. Ujerk's now getting all the way up into Garage. So Imperial will have to be a little concerned about either a play down Secret or a wrap round through Yard. Wonder if we see them try and take some information back on the CT side. Looks like Fallen was getting somewhat active towards ramp, but decides against it. Muteris in the meantime still clearing out B. But no proper fights as of yet. Oh man. Oh, he spotted the shoulder. Oh, he should line this up here. He knows exactly where Jota is, and he will win the opening fight. That's huge for Saw.
He can show presence towards Hell as well. They don't have any idea of how many players are around the corner towards main. They can pinch this bomb site now. See Ujerk throwing all the presence, but he's got a little bit too far, and bolts will drop into the hands of Roman. So maybe it works out anyway. We've got Vinny at the back of the site, but Roman coming to life.
Oh no,
Look how things have turned around though. How has this happened? Story now, he's got 14 seconds. What an insane round. Fallen, AWP versus AWP, 6 versus 79. Swing rounds, not everybody will survive. Fallen by control, Story moving to the box. Shotgun mode now, maybe for both snipers. Fallen moving over with the pistol. Both teams had to win that. Only one player surviving is devastating for one of them. And on this occasion, it saw crazy round on A and a wild finish on B. To get that far in the first place, you've got to give some credit to Saw.
Oh, that turnaround from Cello, just up on the silo. Deals with so many players. But it did look like Saw were in such a good position there. Roman out through A, the 2 entries I thought were going to be the difference maker. But Saw tried to end on B. It ends up being costly for them. And now Saw taking their final timeout. This has been such a stressful final map. It's been chaotic throughout. Imperial were off to such a good start in that first half. They had an 11-2 lead at one point. Saw have fought back. It still might be Imperial able to close it here. They've got 2 chances to win the series. They don't have money in the bank, though, so they really need to win this one.
It has to be an ace end, surely, with the MAC-10s. I mean, Secret is another option, in fairness. Maybe the ace end is the more obvious one. But there'll be so much presence shown outside. There might be gaps, but again, it's a fast-moving round. Committing the AK, looking for that transfer. And look at the chaos. The chaos of those MAC-10s flying through. Unbelievable. Look what this means to Imperial. They've got nothing to fight with for the next round outside of really what they're holding on to now. Saw made the right play with what they had. This round should really be over. Forward looking for a quick scope, looking for an opportunity, but we are going to all the rounds. Saw are not done with this one yet. Great response from them.
Man, these fast A plays continue to be a problem. Imperial, I thought, might have fixed the issue earlier, but this time you have that fast flank through main, and that seems to be the difference. Even when there are 3 CTs towards A, if you can get that main player out early, it makes it really awkward. And Roman just so crisp again with the entries. This time only the 1 kill. But him getting that opener is what allows you Jerks to just accelerate so quickly with that MAC-10 towards the site. You saw Vinny at the end caught off guard by how quickly that MAC-10 pushed him. And as you were pointing out, with a bad losing bonus for Imperial, those 2 saved guns are the main weapons they have available to them. The other players will have to take weaker weapons into the round. Pressure on for those 2 players with the rifles here. Can Imperial pull through?
This could be workable with these MP9s. It is still a very dangerous weapon if they can get into the right positions, and we can see one of them with Jota here. With all that junk being thrown at the beginning of the round, I can't imagine they heard a single footstep he made. Oh, he's going to get Matyrus straight away as well. He noticed at least 2 of the players outside falling on the hunt while those smokes drop, but those smokes will soon be gone, and surely story is done for. Advantages slipping away for Saw now as they are low on the numbers. They still have the AKs, but just needs to find something outside here. Vinny's creeping with the MC9 as well, and there's Bolt before Vinny even reveals himself. Roman and Just remain.
Oh, that's free. Scope heard. Headshot delivered. Just trying to reposition quickly, but Cello definitely wise to his position. Roman spread from his teammate. They don't even have the bomb right now. 40 seconds. They're just trying to find fights right now, but the bomb will have to be recovered shortly. Roman's still down on B. Oh, and they're finding fights. They're finding the fights they need. They're going to get that bomb back. They've got both kills, and Shallow has to be the hero for Imperial. Where's that bomb going? Surely down to B. It will. And Shallow will have to try and respond.
Did he have the AWP? He could go for a hero wallbang. That won't be happening. Sees 2 targets, shoots in the middle, and that means overtime. That is quite a wild situation we just saw there. Such a rough spot, having to run, concede the position, but somehow finding a way to take it to overtime. Saw are fighting for survival in this middle bracket. They do not want to head to the lower one. I can't believe they won that.
Yeah, that's wild. They get their players down lower. They get the 2 fights at the right time. I mean, the fact they didn't even have the bomb initially made it so difficult, but apparently it's all fine for them. They find the fights they need. Cello just tries to desperately rotate into position while hearing those steps. But it is straight into overtime. What a way to finish this series. This one tight as ever. And surely Saw have to feel the better of the 2 teams. They've just come off a great T side, and they get to stick on that T side into overtime and maybe run more fast plays.
All reset now. But here come the CTs. Matyrus trying to do what he can, but he's lost the bomb. Down the vent it goes. Story looking for some wallbangs. New Jerks finds himself in a 1 versus 2. This game of Nuke is crazy.
How's the bomb ended up down vents? Oh, it doesn't matter, because Jota's got the flank. New Jerks not expecting it. And Imperial this time just win those early fights towards A. That's the difference on the attempted fast A play coming in from Saw. Yeah, I could not predict how this game is going to go right now. I got no idea. It is pure chaos. I feel like it's just coming down to whoever's landing the better shots at this point. The strategy side of things has been absolute madness in these recent rounds. Now, Saw finally stopped on one of their fast plays. Do they go back to it? They've done big damage to Vinny early and to Bolts. Where is this coming from? It might have been the spam through Squeaky.
That's how you take no damage, hopping off the roof. Surely Story see something first. Oh, the timing is so tight. The positions. But Fallen will show his presence and fall back. With that, they can sit for now. 1 to the good are Imperial. First team to 19. To not hop down further into the overall tournament brackets. 4 on 5. Jota will have the sound cues, though. Numerous people heading downstairs.
Number of bogeys down towards B. Can Fallen stop them? Ball out in the open. He almost had the lineup that doesn't land the shot onto either of them. Cello able to react, but U-Jerks coming to life here in overtime. Quick double kill for him. He has been fallen. He has been dropped on the site itself. But the bomb down in a 2v3. It's doable for Saw.
They've got the money to go for this, Imperial. Another slow approach. They've all got kits, but they need to start getting their skates on here. Sepom's not going to tick slowly forever. Well, there's one spotted. Now they can try and charge onto the side, but no one's checking just position, and that's surely the round secured. Indeed, it will be one way or another. 16 apiece. Who has a thin lead then moving into the second half? And this couldn't be closer. It's a bit Captain Obvious, but I mean in terms of like the action within the rounds as well as the score, it feels like it could really go either way.
Absolutely. And I'm surprised Imperial just took so long on that retake. They're just sitting there. I don't really know what they're waiting for. I don't think they had any advantage they were gaining by waiting so long. They had their players in position. I don't think they were really readjusting anything. And Saw happy to just wait out the clock as long as possible there. Coming through with a big 2v3 on the B-bomb site. Early yard smokes have been deployed, but no one there behind them from Saw. Even with the AWP, we might see a fast play. Couple of players on top hut. Saw with plenty of players in lobby. They don't really have the players setting up utility right now, though. They're just waiting to see if that smoke wall towards yard was going to bait out any CT aggression. That hasn't happened yet. And it's a double AWP setup here from Imperial for what it's worth, so they cannot afford to lose a bomb site quickly. Fallen, that's a nice angle. Flick to the back. Incendiary down, and he'll stop them from pushing him quickly. Oh, and they hear the steps towards ramp easily. Second AWP, unexpected. Shallow able to drop back. It looks brilliant for Imperial, winning all the early fights. Uterus is too far away from the action. His teammate with the bomb probably can't come and help him, and it is clinical from Imperial. Every single fight being won. Story needs a miracle at this point, and it's not coming for him. 17 rounds for Imperial. We don't know if that even means anything. This has been such a chaotic map of Counter-Strike. This could still go either way. That looked clean, though. That looked like the most convincing round we've seen in a while.
And now the halves change. Just as we see those convincing rounds, everything flips on its head. Again, first team to 19, otherwise more overtime in this mid bracket. Loser goes to the lower bracket. Tight shot from Story. All right, he's ready. Spotted ahead. You can see he is wired for this after so many rounds. He is absolutely ready for more action.
And I like that he's making a proactive play there with the AWP. Didn't see that too much in that first half because Saw's money was so bad. The risk taken, and it pays off at the start of their CT side here in overtime. Hello, Roman. jumping across. He spots that player in Hut. Imperial don't have the bomb right now. So looks like they're happy to take some time. Couple of yard smokes deployed. No follow-up though. Looks like they'll leave Cello lurking into yard while they try and create some noise, create some space elsewhere. Double stack into ramp. If they ran into this, they would be in trouble, but Imperial tuck back and Fallen finds the pick they needed. This A site is pretty vulnerable now.
30 seconds on the clock. It's going to be another explosive push here. Nesmitaires tries to withdraw somewhat, play crossfire with his teammate. Doesn't quite work. 20 seconds. They still have to clear this bomb site, and they'll do exactly that. Vinny and Roman leaving U-Jerks in a 1 versus 2. He's found the first one. Vinny trying to creep around now. This is for the series, but he'll be denied. Not just yet. Sorry, it's 19, isn't it? It's not for the series just yet, but bloody hell. Feels like it, the way these rounds are going. So much urgency. So one of these teams needs to win both of the next rounds. But again, narrow victories round after round. That was a tough one. So much pressure to deliver, and he does.
And U-Jerks was having a pretty quiet map up until we got towards the end of it. And now into overtime, he has just sprung into action, sprung to life. We were waiting for Sour's star player to show up in this series. He is finally putting himself on the board here. Look at the aggression from the CT. Story out to red early, but he's full blind. Fantastic flash from Fallen. That's the sort of flash assist he's capable of. Got some of the best flash assist stats in the world. And Roman, maybe a little lucky to get away himself, took a ton of damage on his retreat.
That feels like habits were punished. After Story's entry in around prior. Excuse me. After Story's entry in the round prior. Punished for going for the same. Find ourselves in a 4-on-4 now after a contribution from Roman, who quietly slinks away to the lower territories. Into the earth.
What can they find down below? Couple of players here to meet them in the underworld. Roman and Muterus both playing towards Decon. That is something that might be unexpected here. Roman showing first. They've spotted him. Roman can't get this going. He's somehow still alive here. How is he still alive? Finally he falls, but Muterus waiting. They're not going to clear him. Easy lineup. And there could be one more where that came from. Fallen baited into shooting. Muterus going massive. And it is Saw up to map and series point.
They didn't think someone else would be there, and that's turned into a catastrophe for them. Massive opportunity for Saw. Very happy with that situation. But there's more work to do. There's another buy for Imperial. They haven't bought all their grenades just yet. Quick timeout before they press on again. First team to 19 in this overtime, which means Imperial must win this round just to extend the match. Sort of turn things around. This has been a comeback, a clawback, especially after the first half. A drought of rounds. Found too late on and then fought to get themselves to this point.
I love the bait on the jiggles. But as you were saying, this is the opportunity, and this would be a lovely result for Saw. They came here wanting to prove they can be competitive. A win against Imperial would certainly start to push in that direction, especially when the pressure is on. This is where you'd have thought the experience from Imperial might shine through, but Saw have held their nerve to get to this point. Now they need to do it one more time. Utility being prepared into this A site. Only the one molly right now. Will this be the commitment, or are they just trying to fake out some presence? It looks like they're ready to commit to this. least one player is, out on towards A, just forced to drop down. Cello's out through Hut, he's out towards the site. This is absolutely mental that he's in this position and they're not ready. That's an opener that could cause some chaos here.
You can see the focus is towards the ramp though, and Ujerks is going to have to fall back without a frag for it. There's so much time on the clock now. It feels like there's almost 20 seconds left, but it's almost a minute on the clock now. Ujerks causing more problems, dropping the bomb, buying time now as he punishes Jota. And then it was just Vinny, 1 versus 4. So important on this map, and the last for his squad. Now the last man standing gets his bell rung twice. 16 HP in a dream. But Saw will deny and steal Nuke and the series away after such a hard slog in the first half. They take it all the way back.
What a result for Saw. Worked so hard, it looked so bad for them in that first half. They couldn't get anything going. They had to grind to get to this point. And once they got to overtime, they were not going to give up that opportunity. And I think Ujerks deserves so much credit for his performance in overtime. Had so many massive multi-kills that stepped up for the team, and that triple at the end was just the cherry on top.
Yeah, the first two maps rather, just a teaser for the crazy action we saw there on Nuke. I think at the beginning of the first half, we thought we might be in for a sleeper, but boy, did Saw fight back to stay in that mid-bracket. Congratulations for them, because that was a hard-fought-for victory.
Yeah, certainly. And I think Saw are one of the teams coming into this group where you would say this is a really important tournament for them to try and show what they can against not only competition from other regions, but also some top teams. And they're definitely going to be happy with this result. It gives them a chance to continue and go on. And it's also just really nice when you can go to an overtime game like that and hold your nerve against such experienced players on the other side of things. So massive credit to them. I think they will be rightfully delighted with that win.
Yeah, such a narrow victory. Sorry, such a narrow loss for Imperial will have to be so frustrating for them, especially with the start they had on Nuke. And again, I feel like Saw could have had 2 or 3 rounds at the end of that first half. It ended up being 4, and who knows if that was the case. A bit more efficiency in those final rounds from Imperial, but you know, there were plenty of rounds in overtime and towards the end of normal time as well. So that will be very, very unfortunate for them. But it is triple elimination, so they do head into what is essentially last chance saloon now in that lower bracket. It's going to be a long road for them to make it to the qualifiers.
Yeah, not going to be easy for Imperial. And they're a team that would have come in with expectations to be competitive here for sure. They would have thought, you know what? This is a chance for us to maybe cause an upset. You look at some of the other teams like Furia, who they played close. They maybe haven't been in their best form, but now it is going to be very difficult for them.
So we have an interview ready with Roman from Saw. I've got to ask you, Roman, how are you doing? Have you caught your breath back after that crazy game of Nuke? Every round was like nuclear, no pun intended.
I mean, it was a really tough game. I'm a bit hyped up still, but I'm okay, yeah.
You guys have had a positive start to the year with your recent results. What were your goals coming into the beginning of this week at Pro League?
I mean, the most important goals for us during the new year was to qualify to the Pro League, of course, and we achieved it, and to play the next RMR. We know that we can play a Pro League's playoff. We know we can reach a major, so we are doing our best, and today we show it.
Okay, in terms of the maps both teams picked before we got to the third one, I think both teams were pretty handy at their own picks in this series until we got to Nuke. But do you think there was much to learn from the map loss before you got to Nuke versus Imperial that you can take into future maps or something?
Yeah, of course. I mean, they play a really slow Overpass, and we usually have problems with that, so we knew it was going to be really hard. But I mean, I think we had a good city side, but at this side nothing was working out for us, so merit from them, but we knew we could do a lot better.
All right, you guys, I mean, so on Nuke, obviously we saw the faster plays coming in for you guys a lot. Is that something you always like to do, or was that something that was just working more against Imperial specifically?
Well, we have a really lot of tactics on Nuke. We can play slow, we can play fast, we can mix it. I mean, I saw that we had a lot of opportunities on Squeaky, so I just called it for Materials, and it was working out. And then we played it slow, we won some clutches, and we made it. It was a really sloppy city side from us. It was a shame, really, but we came back on overtime, and that's what matters.
Very nice. And I also wanted to ask about Ujerks as a player, because he's been playing really well for you guys, and he maybe had a quieter series here for some of it, but seemed like he stepped up in overtime and towards the end. So what's he like as a player?
He's just a machine. He's like a robot. He literally just plays deathmatch, aimbots, and he's so good. It's like I'm pretty sure he's the most skilled player I've played with. It's insane. And what impresses me the most is his attitude, and he doesn't have bad games. It doesn't matter if he is doing 0-15 or 30 frags. He's just so good every fucking time.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's really, really cool. Well, we'll let you go and celebrate with the team. That's a huge and very hard fought for victory today. So congratulations and good luck with the rest of the bracket.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
On the subject of the bracket, we can take a look at that shortly and see how things are shaping up. As you could hear during that interview, I believe there is still some action happening on the other match on the stage, but we can see how things started in the upper bracket and how things have been continuing. Of course, on the upper bracket, we saw Mouse have already qualified. Great days at the office for them. In the mid bracket, though, we have seen a lot of action here as well, of course. A narrow victory from Saw. They will press forward and send Imperial to the lower bracket. Movistar Riders beating Complexity, facing off against Furia at present. And the loser of that will be heading downstairs into the lower bracket as well. See how that one's shaping up now, of course. We'll have Imperial heading over there, and they'll be playing Complexity. That should be an interesting one as well.
Yeah, that is a tight game between those two, I'm sure. And I mean, it's a rough, position for Imperial to go into, because Complexity ahead of Pro League were performing really well at Katowice, but that's the position they've put themselves in. I'm sure they're used to playing against Complexity. They've got to show up. There's no more excuses.
That's it for today. Our show is done. Head over to the A stream if you want to catch some more Counter-Strike action. We will see you once again for some more B stream matches in a few days. It's me and Hawker signing out.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
We from a planet, the only one that got A's on them. My team got trophies and medals for rolling tanks on them. I'm rocking them Stone Cold Undertaker and Kane, homie.
Run 'em up, run 'em up. I run with some goons, they pulling up. Looking for a problem, ooh, that's us. We get on the field and run 'em up, ayy, run 'em up, run 'em up. I run with some goons, they pulling up. Looking for a problem, ooh, that's us. We get on the field and run 'em up, ayy.
Ain't no breaks, we a 4-5 series. I'm a dog, got that K9 in me. Count the cost, y'all boys worth no pennies. Who else like us? I don't see none any. New drug back in the way. All place that rotate. Y'all seem gon' locate. I ain't catch no win of that. Snap pass and I run it back, and they young man is a running back. Oh, ain't no holding back, so here I go. Gas like BPA, out my way. Play too smart with a GPA. Keep it brief like a black suitcase, and there ain't no time. Hold up, it's too late. Ah man, we ball hog no ham, and I know where they fair, but we just do not care. And all y'all staring while we
run 'em up, run 'em up. I run with some goons, they pulling up. Looking for a problem, ooh, that's us. We get on the field and run 'em up, ayy, run 'em up, run 'em up. I run with some goons, they pulling up. Looking for a problem, ooh, that's us. We get on the field and run 'em up, ayy.
I've been going hard in the paint. I've been in the gym every day. Whole lot of wins on the way. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose. Pulling up and I don't hesitate. Gotta make a move, make a play. We don't fall off, levitate. Bossed up, feeling like I can't
No, I can't lose. Higher power, make sure that couldn't happen. Flashing the way I flick the wrist, you think I broke it on the basket. Ask them, they'll tell you I sent that boy home on a match. Where? Pass it if you can't clutch. I'll rev up and catch it. Like how I slid on out, cause he was acting savage. Talking about, let's see how you starring films with action. Or I'll put cheese on your plate and let them wolves get active. You can't stop me in the paint, I got too many badges, boy. If you afraid of fire, then stop like matches. Put that heat up on your chest and colorize your passion. She in love with how my diamonds look, they gotta dance. You know I can't never lose, I'll put my team up in that man. Yeah.
I've been going hard in the paint. I've been in the gym every day.